if you think about it. All right, we are near 298. Let's go for year 300 today. Longdeath begins here today in the absolute realm. Let's build a pump stack, shall we? Or start working on a pump stack. Let's pump some stacks. Pump up them stacks. All right, so we do still have some depressed dwarves in the fort, but fortunately, like, none of them have really become problems. Like, we've had a few others get depressed around it, but, like, this dwarf has been depressed for, like, 10 years. Utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life for about 10 years, and is kind of fine. It's kind of whack, actually. The current living dwarves in the fortress are Pilot, Abe, Stone, Jack Nurick, LaFonda, Whitcode, Max, Evil Trick, Pleveneer, Wave, Vimamel, Free, Bastet, Orange, Lumpy, Alien Slayer, Cusslord, Patchwork, Corvius Suede, Defcom, Aquafunkalistic, Bootywap, Massive, Therese, Tiny Goliath, Jess, Kaladay, Taurus, Ghost, Seeker, Cyrolac, Knowles, Bluewater, Peter, Nereal, Prismatic Flux, Murphist, Hex Wrench, Caveman Crafting, Arch the Second, Lake Bear, and of course, Dominoc. Your first paintball experience, you got shot in the center of your face. The one and only time I've been shot with a paintball hit me right there. Right, I didn't have a mask on and it hit me right there. I wasn't actually playing. I was walking past a bunch of people who were playing in their backyard, and a stray paintball hit me right there, and I had a welt about this big on the side of my face. Fucking hurt. I don't like paintball. It's a game for assholes who like to hurt their friends. But yeah. High functional depressed dwarf. Yeah, it's mood. It's like me. It like me. But yeah, no, we have like 2 or 3 of them. There's a few of them. Cyrolax, one of them. I had to expel Sethados the second, and I feel kind of bad about that. The actual population of the fortress is kind of down again. We're down to 36 dwarfs. We were up to 42 at one point. We had a couple dwarves die of old age, including our mayor relatively recently. But ooh. Like the back of your neck? Ow. Man, I can feel that just thinking about it, Kira. That sounds rough. Also, I should call you neighbor, by the way. Oh, ugh, ow. I feel like that would just make me choke immediately. Like, if anything, like, hit me around, like, the front half of my neck like that, I think it would just make me, like, immediately, like, cough. You know what I mean? Like, I would just immediately, like, keel over and hack up a lung. I'd just be on the ground and just done. We got dwarves weaving stuff into cloth. Current jobs. Oop, King wants some ballista arrows, which I do not have queued up. So we should queue those up. Baseball-sized welcome. It sounds like about what happened to my cheek. It's like about what happened when I was on my cheek. My cousin came up from Michigan, from Florida, and it was really cold, and the wrist and the ball, instead of splattering, is shattered. Ugh. So it was like a frozen paintball? Frozen paintballs are brutal. Also, Stone, I was going to ask you, what time do you think you're going to be vanishing for sleep today? And whenever you do, just let me know so I screenshot stuff. Let's unforbid all of this ammunition up top. The elves have arrived to trade because we are only in springtime, which means we're not going to be getting a particularly big tribute for a while. I'm just slaughtering a bunch of cows because I do kind of have more than I need currently. So I think I'm going to slaughter all of the cows and the bulls and just leave the babies around. All right, there we go. Also, I love that baseballs and bananas are like the 2 main form of comparison measurements on the internet. It's like left a baseball-sized welt. And also here, just let me put a banana next to it for scale. It's like bananas and baseballs are like the 2 main form of like internet measurements. Anyway, if I go over to this green thing in the middle. Massive is the manager. What are you doing, Massive? Where are you? We're drinking currently. You know what? I'm just going to do this. So I don't really want, like, the king to fuck this up. You've seen more golf balls than baseballs? True. I mean, a golf ball is just a small baseball, right? Like I guess like a millimeter on the internet is a golf ball. A centimeter on the internet is a baseball, and like a meter is like a basketball. Like those are the like the three main like distance measurements, and then it's banana for scale. Like I once figured out how tall I was in approximate banana sizes. Like I took like the average height of a banana and like figured out how tall I was. And then when people would ask me how tall I was on the internet for a while there, it was like, I'm like 18 and a half bananas or something. But it's been a while since since I've done that. The average blue whale is 149 bananas. There you go.
3,155,973,600 seconds, 876 million hours or again 36500 days. New century and new save file hype.
Where did you get those numbers? Thank you very much, Vinsati, for the $1. And being the first person to chuck bits into the leaderboard of the week. Big thanks. From now on, you will use Rubik's Cube and a number 2 pencil for all of your comparisons. Hell yeah! Like, I that's one of my favorite, like, silly trends on the internet is just using, like, like, my arm is what? Like, eh. 1, 2, 3. Like 10 mugs long? Ish. Pilot, thanks for chucking us up, Akira. And now Kira gets, you know, all of the emotes and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Neighbor can watch ad-free. 90 Sheik shout, dude, you're like 4 away from 100. That's a lot of subs. But maybe wait until you're employed, yeah? And not quitting your job. Jack, can I get a couple beers for the $1 as well as that very generous gift sub? Oh, is it? It's from a song? Oh, okay. By Feast. Or Feist. Interesting. I do not know Zed's song. That's always been something that I've really enjoyed with the text-to-speech is just making them say, like, extremely large numbers. Because, like, they're actually really good at that. It's like, here is, like, 1,000 numbers. Just type in a whole bunch of random digits and see what it says. When it starts off in the trillions, you know you've typed in too many. They didn't even bring any animals this time. So much for Gremlin from Air. Does the skull mean you're dead now? No, the skull's just something we all have in common, right? We all have a skeleton inside of us. No matter how fleshy and skin-covered you are on the outside, there's one thing we all have in common, and that's there's a skeleton inside all of us. A skeleton has infiltrated my fleshy outside? Oh, no! He's trying to steal your organs. He's a very musical skeleton, you know? You know, I mean, it's funny because like I've seen people joke in the past about how they're scared of skeletons, and I'm like, well, see, you know what's way scarier than a human with a skeleton inside of them? A human without a skeleton inside of them, just a pile of flesh. It's just a weird mountain of flab. Driving a bone mech with meat armor? I mean, that works too. Or like a skeleton has infiltrated your fleshy exterior. But all right, dwarves. I think that we are out of arrowheads. Yeah, we are definitely out of arrowheads. Then get out of the freezer, pilot. I know it's comfy in there, but get out of the freezer. I mean, then we would just have exoskeletons, right? And we'd sound like we're in a sci-fi film. We humans being creatures with an exoskeleton. Only 20 seconds to make it into a hype train. If anybody's got a resub, pop it now. But, yeah. We'd be molting. I mean, it wouldn't be ew if that was normal. It's like, oh god, molt somewhere else. Oh no. Well, keeping that hype train is close running for another 50 seconds. Thanks, Anonymous, for chucking a sub at Cringer. You know, I know someone who goes by the username Anonymous Gifter. So it's like M-O-U-S-E instead of just anonymous. And there was one time that person gifted a sub in a channel that I was watching at the time, and it took me a good minute to realize that that was actually like a person gifting 20 subs and not just someone who said it as anonymous. Like that was their username, which I thought was very funny. Also, no face muscles for emotion, so nobody would know how anyone is feeling. I'm sure we would know. We're in, like, assuming we were similar levels of intelligence, we would be able to communicate that in other ways. But thank you, Anonymous, and everybody else for gifting some subs and sharing some bits. Thanks, guys. Okay, so now we're forging a bunch of ballista arrowheads. Hopefully, somebody goes and assembles a ballista arrow pretty soon. He must be in a bad mood. I mean, I'm sure we would have other ways of communicating. Like, I was talking with my mom the other day, right? Because my mom works with little kids. She owns a little kids school, and she works with small children. And she was talking about how with masks being mandatory for teachers and for students as well, she says it's really interesting the difference between like the 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds noticing emotion in your eyes and like 5 to 7-year-olds not noticing emotions, because she says that it's really hard for her to communicate with the 5 to 7-year-old range because like they look at you and they don't understand what you're trying to say, whereas like a 3 to 4-year-old, they look at you and they just look at your eyes and can figure out whether or not you're happy, sad, pissed off, or telling them to do something just by looking at your eyes. And I think that that's really cute. It's like the little kids are like better at figuring that stuff out than the slightly older kids. Like the kids who spent like half of their lives in this pandemic are very quick at figuring out what adult wants just by looking at eyes, whereas kids that have spent a little bit longer, not so good at it. So it's like, I think that's it. I think it's really cute. You wish that you kept that ability? What, like being able to figure out how someone's feeling just by looking at their eyes? I mean, it's because you've spent your entire life like probably focusing on someone's mouth to figure out their emotions, right? Whereas like with masks on, it's a little more difficult. Critical development surrounded by people with their mouths covered. Exactly. Yeah, no, totally. Like that's literally it. It's like figuring out how to communicate with grown-ups. They've spent most of their time around grown-ups that have their mouths covered with things or their faces covered with things. It's just like anywhere anyone that lives, or any small child that lives in a part of the world where most adult women have their faces covered would probably be a similar thing, right? Let's do more bone crafts to keep these dwarves busy for a little bit, and then once we Yeah, let's just do like 300 because I'm slaughtering a bunch of cows. And then once that's all done, we're going to go underground and start working on the actual, you know. I've created a generation of lie detectors. Oh, because like lies are easier to tell if you're looking at someone's eyes. I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty good at telling if someone's lying just in general. Like, I don't think I need a lie detector to be able to do that, but. Well, we haven't understood language as long. Well, we haven't understood. Oh, they haven't understood language as long. Babies read your face, since they can't read the words yet, but like everything else, we lose that ability. And when it's less needed as we develop our verbal skills. I mean, it's like any muscle, right? If you practice something, you stay good at it. If you practice reading people based on just eyes, then it's pretty good. Like something I've been trying to practice whenever I'm in public with people is reading people's emotion just from tone of voice, right? Because the worse my eyes get, like there's large periods of times in conversations when I can't be looking at the person's face, so I have to just like read based on the way they talk. I almost choked in my coffee. In a lot of instances. Is pseudoscience? Yeah, and in the case of my mom, my mom says that she's had to like learn how to communicate better with her eyes. Like how do you over exaggerate with your eyes? You know, big exaggerated eye rolls, or like squinting at somebody, or like opening your eyes up more, or something to like make a smaller child realize that they're doing something bad just by looking at them. Which is why and that's something that I'm extremely bad at, actually, Pilot, is reading tone of chat. Like, someone will come into chat and make a joke, and it'll just go woof over my head, and I won't even realize it's a joke. Why are you yelling at me? Why are you yelling at me? I mean, wouldn't yelling be like, I'm yelling at Twitch chat? There you go. That's yelling, right? All caps. I'm not yelling at you. It's just. Text. It's difficult. This is what the art of Twitch emotes are for. I attacked Sophia. All time. Speaking of, I actually went outside last night, and I haven't got outside and talked to my neighbors outside in a while, because every evening outside of my bed, I'm going to run 1,500 bananas away. That's actually not that far. Like, I mean, like, I'm trying to imagine, like, how many bananas do I do in a step? Also, anyway, so I was outside and actually talking to my neighbors, and it was like one of the first times I've been outside and talked to my neighbors in about a month. And my neighbors was like, "Oh, Greg, you're still alive," and I'm like, guess so. If you insist. Hey, stupid, how's things? More formal syntax? Yeah, I mean, like, if someone, like, because the way I type in chat high five, I type like an absolute idiot when I'm just talking in Twitch chat, because I will speak with a lot of shorthand and intentional misspellings and just things that make me read like a complete idiot, because that's just how I talk in Twitch chat. Whereas when I type something seriously, people get concerned. Hey, Dragon Man, I hope you've been aight. You have a 7 banana stride. So 7 divided by 1,500. Yeah, that's not that far. 1,500 bananas is not that far of a distance. Like, if you really want to get far away from somebody, you got to jog that full 50,000 bananas. Hold on. I have a website I need to find that I just remembered existed. Yes! It still exists! Chat room, I gave you bananaforscale.com. It will convert anything to bananas. So, let's convert, Can I get out of Imperial? I don't want to convert Imperial bananas. Kilometers. Okay. So let's just say 6 kilometers is approximately 33,707 bananas. 0.865 bananas. Where do you think you've been? I don't know where you've been. Florida, probably. Cool. The king didn't cancel the ballista arrows, but I need 2 more ballista arrows. One light year? Oh shit. Does it have light years? No, it does not convert to light years. Unfortunately. But if you knew how many kilometers was in a banana. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna go to centimeters. I'm curious about what 2 centimeters is in banana. 0.112 banana. So 2 centimeters is approximately 0.112 banana. 33,000 bananas is just a recipe for a lot of banana bread. I'm going to run 33,000 bananas away from you is definitely like a lot of loaves of banana bread. Also, this is a bad website to just have up in the background of Dwarf Fortress because I'm seeing bananas flying by occasionally and it's freaking me out. So I'm going to swap back to having YouTube in the background. I mean, I think that's just the average banana backdrop. 1 banana is equal to 1 lengthened banana naturally. It would be very strange if you had 1 banana that was equal to 2 bananas in length. Do you think that they will create a new version of Getting Started? They will create a new version of Getting Started with Dwarf Fortress when Steam comes out? Do you mean like, who's they? Dragon. Because I will probably do a tutorial for Dwarf Fortress when the Steam version comes out because I would be silly not to. And I want the views! You know. Also, in my heart, you know, as somebody who loves bananakin of all kind, Digaf, I in my heart believe all bananas are created equal, yes. They all should have equal rights to healthcare and dental as well. Oh, the book. I have no idea. I have no idea because I haven't read it. It is time for me to read some words off of Zdisco. End the sentence. Yelling is noisy. Strong wind will wag the flags. Dog food flavors vary. Dog food flavors vary. Okay. Stoners make me feel allergenic. Allergies can cause special reactions. Evil winds cause flatulence. And what's nearby? Hippocampus teaches things. Why can't I read that? Deciduous. That's the word. Make deciduous trees, if not unbent, then stronger. Dragons feel flamey. Flammy? Flame-y. Is that a word? Flame-y? Flamey. Flamey. Fiery. You know what? Fuck it. Hot. I'm just going to use that word. Please continue the sentence in the Add a Word stories on Discord and then make me read it every so often. Also, chat, you guys want to see a really good GIF? I don't know if it's copyrighted. I'm going to assume it is, so I'm just going to give you that really good GIF. Enjoy that really good GIF of a lad that needs a bigger boat. Oh, also, chat. Actually, I'll talk about that tomorrow. Because that's when it's relevant. Going to be raising a little bit of money for charity tomorrow with FG as a fuck you to the hate raids. Also, there's a micro patch for Jupiter Hill. Neat. Bunch of fixes, nothing major. And Thick Boy needs a bigger boat, man. Although that being said, it's kind of like that link Axon to me. Just it reminds me of like a good old boy with a really big like beer gut trying to climb into a inflatable pool for like toddlers. You know what I mean? It's kind of like man's had too many beers at the barbecue and like is trying to get into a little pool. It's just a hell of a good little video. I like it a lot. All right, we are forging those ballista arrows. We are making some crafts. King wants even more stuff. If you don't get the demands done, they kind of pile them up. So Walrus sinks boat. I don't know. I'd be less concerned about Walrus sinking boat and more concerned about Walrus, like, scratching, damaging, denting, shitting in, and all over boat. You better have sea cow coverage. I hope so. I mean, this, I don't know if that boat's in America, but if so, they've probably already sent the Walrus a cease and desist and private property damage paperwork, so. Good luck actually, you know, getting much money from it. I'm sure you can only pay in, like, small fish. Maybe large fish? You know. Do I have any hairy about? No, I don't, Kira. I don't. I have quite a few random records, but I don't know any of that. I mean, the only banana song that hold on, I have to look up something. Off to Discogs. Why is this so hard to find? I mean, this shouldn't be hard to find. I'm looking for Raffi banana phone, and I'm not actually having any luck finding it right now. Ah, hold on. I found it. Damn it, it's all CDs. Oh, hey, I found it on cassette. I could buy Raffi's banana phone for $4 on cassette. There's the LP. $200 on LP. There you go. $300 on vinyl. Boat sinking, Arctic walrus given floating coach. Wait, what? Please tell me this is not fake. They gave a walrus a boat? That is wonderful. Just give walrus floating sofa. Anyway, does anybody want to spend about $400 Canadian on Raffi's banana phone? Because I don't, but you can if you want to. I just wanted to know how much the vinyl for Raffi's banana phone would cost. You can buy it on cassette for like $3. At least the songs are decent too. I have nostalgia for Raffi's Banana Phone. I'll be honest, I wouldn't spend $300, $400 on that vinyl. I would, however, genuinely consider buying that cassette though. I mean, it's a hell of a lot better than shooting the walrus. Oh, Aqua. It's a hell of a lot better than shooting a walrus. That's because finally the resident walrus is so far sunk at least 3 boats. So to tackle the issue, the city council decided to commission a... You know, I really like that city council, you know, Stimmer. And the reason I like that city council of just, like, giving the walrus a boat to sit on is so much... Oh, no. Wait, what? Did I not give B-Lug? Huh. So, Tiny Goliath, the captain of the guard, is throwing a tantrum because he's possessed by a ghost. I thought that I already memorialized that ghost. How the fuck? Like, I know that B-Lug died in a lava accident, but I thought that we sorted that out. Why did you come back? Did somebody damage it or something? I am very perplexed. Why is that ghost going around possessing my dwarves? Just need to find B-Lug. B-Lug the second, I think. Yeah, B-Lug the second. Are you still alive? Absolutely not. No, both of your dwarves have passed away of old age, Dragon Man. Although I will say your great-great-grandchildren are alive. Huh. Interesting. It's missing. What the hell happened to that slab? I had a slab there. Well, shit. No, I mean, no lava went in there. Maybe I accidentally removed it? But then wouldn't it, like, be visible again? I am confused. Wouldn't it still be there, though? Because, like, they can't... Like, I've had some dwarves tantrum, but nobody's toppled anything. I would have seen that notification. But if I go to the build screen and go to a slab, I do have a schist slab, but it's not the same slab. So I would have a slab that's buildable here. I do have a slab I can construct, so but it's not that slab. That slab is just missing. I guess I just need to engrave a new one. That's very strange. I don't believe I've ever had a slab go missing like that before. Unless it's forbidden or hidden, yes. I know how this game works. Thanks, Aqua. But... I'm just going to scroll down and... Oh, there's the ghost. Be like the second. Yeah, see, there's a slab engraved, but I don't have it. It must be forbidden somewhere. What the hell? That is very weird. Well, hopefully Tiny Goliath doesn't do any damage. Usually dwarves that get possessed by a ghost go kind of nuts, so... Seems to just be socializing and not really doing much. Oh, there we go. There's blood. Okay. With a name like Tiny Goliath. Tiny Goliath is my captain of the guard, who's intentionally weak. Ooh, you just threw a ring. Or some jewelry. Are you throwing your jewelry around? You're throwing someone's jewelry around. Yeah, like he's intentionally weak so that he doesn't hurt anybody. So yeah, I'm not super worried about him actually hurting anybody. But that just means I have to assign a different captain of the guard and give them their prison sentence. Because right now, nobody can complete the crime. So I'm just going to quickly swap the captain of the guard to somebody else. Somebody who's not super strong. So let's give it to Ghost briefly. And I will temporarily make this into Ghost's office. That's fine that you don't have a dining room. Because I will make Tiny Goliath back into the captain of the guard in a minute. But right now they're all reporting crimes real quick. Let's see if anybody has or is engraving. Or maybe they already completed the engraving. Let's see. Let's see if I can just get rid of that ghost. Like stat. There it goes. Okay, yeah, I can just place it. Tiny Goliath is no longer tantruming. 2 counts of disorderly conduct against Tiny Goliath. We will send Tiny Goliath to prison briefly, hopefully. Hopefully that or a beating. 29 days in prison and a beating. Okay. So Ghost is going to go deal with that. Also, they're still reporting crime. Oh my god. Look at all those counts of disorderly conduct. Yeah, he needs a sentence, so we need to make a different dwarf into that job briefly. That's actually something that's like kind of a big deal in this fortress is like if for some reason a whole bunch of my durable, strong, and slow to tire. Okay, hopefully you don't go killing people. You don't have a weapon equipped, do you? You have a pick. Yeah, that should be fine. Oh, sans for Ghost. For the Ghost. Not this dwarf named Ghost. Ooh, that was, feel like has been put to rest. That was a brutal beating. Hang in there, Tiny. Okay, just in the legs, but I did see a bunch of teeth go everywhere. There's blood still coming out. Did you see cotton candy on the floor? No, you definitely saw teeth on the floor. Yeah, his upper back teeth are gone. Third toe is smashed open. His right hand is mangled beyond recognition. His guts are bruised. Okay, just bruised. That's fine. His leg is bruised. His upper left leg is bruised. His lower body is bruised. His left upper arm is bruised. How many more sentences are you getting? 113 days in prison for getting possessed by a goddamn ghost. We have laid the ghost to rest, so the ghost is no longer an issue, but man. Also, I like how Ghost is now doing the doctoring. 105 years old. Zealous after punishing somebody with a beating? You like your new job, eh? Even though it is only a temporary job. There you go. Ghost is now the captain of the guard. Even if it's just a temporary thing. Diagnose the patient. Just giving them stitches, and then you're going to go put them in prison, I think. Is there a free dwarf you can be dwarfed as? Not currently. The only dwarf I have would be very old and might die pretty soon. Dragon. Just like always, the dwarves kind of, you know, get called up pretty quickly when they're born. They tend to get caught pretty quickly once they're born. Got a zombie siege the other day, used bridges and traps to take care of it, but the process managed to get a zombie stuck on top of an incomplete wall on your main gate. Any ideas on how to get the zombie down? Is it armed? Like, is it a tough zombie? If you have soldiers, just tell them to go beat the crap out of the zombie. Most of your dwarves could take out a zombie, assuming it's not like a, what's the word here? Assuming it's not like a legendary, or not a legendary, a lieutenant. So as long as it's not an intelligent undead, you should just be able to beat it up. Otherwise, like, you could shoot it with a ballista arrow. What I would recommend is, like, just deconstruct the wall underneath it and try and get it into traps. Like, I would put cage traps, like 6 cage traps all the way around it, and then deconstruct the wall that is standing on. You could do. You could build a bunch of traps, like build a circle of traps and then build a ramp up to the wall on the inside. So the circle of traps, the zombie could just run along it. You could also, like, you know, tempt it, and eventually it'll just get made into... or eventually it'll just come down, and then you can trap it. I would just try and trap it, is what I'm trying to say. Just build a ramp down and build a bunch of traps around the ramp, and just let it come down and get caught in the trap. That probably would be a good way of doing things. Man, I'm still super perplexed about where the hell... Yeah, I must have accidentally deconstructed it, but that still doesn't explain where it would have gone. Since they ran away from the zombie, but it might climb down on its own. Yeah, I mean, you could try and, like, put a dwarf close, or not a dwarf, like a dog close by. And then it should be fine. Yeah, that is kind of annoying. Will ballista arrows break walls? No, you'd have to shoot the ballista arrow over the wall. You'd have to shoot it on the same level as the zombie to hit it. I'd be very surprised if you actually hit it. Yeah, I would just start trading some dwarves and then send them up to go beat it up. You really need that overhang on the wall so you don't have things getting up on the wall. The problem with, like, ballista arrows and any kind of siege equipment in Dwarf Fortress is, like, you will tell your dwarves to man the siege equipment and start shooting arrows at a thing, and then they see the thing come around the corner where they need to start shooting, and then they go, ah! And then they run away, and then they leave the siege equipment. Which is something that I can't wait for a lot of people to run into with the Steam version, because I guarantee you there's going to be a bunch of people with the Steam version that are going to be like, all right, let's set up these the siege equipment. They'll have all the ammo, and they'll be all ready, and then, like, the goblins will come around the corner, and the dwarves will scream and run away. Excellent. Excellent. Tiny Goliath is one of those dwarves that is actively, like, benefited from being in prison. This dwarf loves being in prison. Look at this. Feels repentant after being confined. Blissful after remembering sleeping in a good bedroom. Feels pleasure being near a splendid statue. Feels pleasure near a fine statue. Feels pleasure near a wonderful table. Feels pleasure near a splendid seat. And is blissful remembering their good bedroom. Can't wait to go home and sleep in their good bed, and loves being in prison. So, excellent. This dwarf is going to 100% benefit from just being in prison. You discovered overhangs with this siege? Yeah, that's always why you need, like, 1 or maybe even 2 tiles of overhangs. You want them to be, like, 2 tiles up so that things, you know, can't jump. Also, I was, like, about to start working on the magma stack, but humans arrived to trade, so let's do that first. Work meetings to take care of. Do what you gotta do. Take care of your work meetings. Work important. Stream will be here when you get back from work too, so it's not like you're missing too much. Let's sell you anything that isn't, like, you know, big actual monster, especially like the crows and stuff, like the wren, hedgehog, slug, cockatiel. Don't want to sell the cyclops. Crow. Those cages. Blue jay. Cardinal. Worm. Yeah, I mean, Dwarven vacation homes, aka you murdered 3 people, so go stay here for 6 weeks. Seems pretty nice, you know? You run around, you beat someone's teeth out, and you knock over a statue or two, and you get just put in a vacation home. You just get put in a vacation home. It's kind of lovely. To trade the cages with giants in them? I don't actually know. But I'd rather not accidentally let a giant out. So I do not actually know. A loose giant in a trade. I mean, to be honest, I think the humans could probably kill a giant pretty quickly. Like, giants are not that strong unless they're armored, and these giants are not. And even if they're armored, they're still not that scary. Something's attacking something. Wait, what? The human crossbowman's leg takes the full force of the impact. The human crossbow's leg feels the full force of the impact. The human stands up. The human is no longer stunned. Did that human just fall down my stairs? I'm pretty sure that human just fell down my stairs. Like, no questions asked. I'm pretty damn sure that that human just fell down my stairs. Or the ramp, rather. It's like, oh god, the impact! It's like, did you fall down a ramp? What did you just do? Look, stairs can be tricky sometimes. As somebody who's managed to fall upstairs before, I can confirm stairs can be tricky. Like, have you ever like been running too fast and like just missed a step halfway up some stairs and then just tripped and like smacked your knee and then like stood back up and then tripped again and then... On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people and submit a formal complaint about your very tricky stairs. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? I would like to request some wood, but I'd also like to request fancy metal bars. In this case, all the stuff that we can't find. So gold, bronze, brass, electrum, billin, rose gold, and black bronze. Yeah, no, this is definitely true. Although falling downstairs is like no joke. Falling downstairs hurts. I've been there. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craft storeship. Indeed, Gremlin for mayor. Chat. I think that we can all agree. We need a gremlin as the mayor. Gremlin for mayor. Spears. Ooh, they want bracelets and bracelets. That's good. We're giving them lots of that. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves with a really long yawn. What the fuck? A large rat is fighting. What is a large rat fighting with? Large rat is, falling really far and landing on tree fungus? God, that rat must have fallen A lot of Z levels. All right, let's queue up the Pampu Staku. I actually need the pump stack diagram. You know, I've built many pump stacks in my time streaming. I always need the diagram open. I like how I search for DF pump stack and I get fuel pump and strainers for cars. Shoutouts to whoever did this doodle, by the way, on the Bay 12 forums, because this is like a goddamn lifesaver. This thing is a goddamn lifesaver. This like pencil crayon drawing. Someone is making a delicious smelling like lentil soup in my building, and I want some. My entire building just smells like lentil soup. So this pumps from this side, goes over here, means this side up here is where power comes from. And then that's where we need to pump from. So then what do the smells around your house smell like? Or do I even want to ask? Sorry. No. No. Density milk barn. Yep, that would do it. That would smell like old milk. And not particularly pleasant. Gross. And cattle, I'm assuming. Hello, Faulted. You know, Faulted, I know it's in your username, but it's still not your Faulted. You did nothing wrong. Even though you throwered it. But I hope you're doing well,
Let's take
Faulted.
a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
So what you're telling me is outside smells like Midwestern barbecue? Because that's fine. If ketchup and humidity is what it smells like where you're at, then that sounds like Midwestern barbecue. I'll be honest, I get a little annoyed when it just smells like, I get a little bit annoyed when it just smells like good food outside, because then I just get hungry all the time. More like used food? Oh. So, like, cow shit. You know, the first apartment that I lived in, Pilot, had this constant scent that couldn't be removed. And from a few things that I kept from that apartment still kind of smell like that. And it always smelled like shitty spaghetti and meatballs. You know, like when you know when someone buys pasta and then makes pasta poorly and it just kind of smells like shit. You know that smell? But then also doesn't make good pasta sauce. Instead, they either like buy shitty canned sauce or maybe they undercook it so it just kind of smells like wet tomato, like sweet wet tomato. You know that smell? Anyway, that building just perpetually smelled like cigarettes, weed, and wet, like, tomato sauce pasta. So it was like cigarette, weed, pasta, tomato sauce. And it just smelled like garbage all the time. Well, I'm not high as a kite right now, so maybe instead you should stop by to say hello. I'm going to see if I can get your phone replaced. The external speaker stopped working. No! That sucks. Well, hopefully you have earbuds or something. And if you can't hear me, I will say hello in chat. If you can't hear me, then this is all irrelevant. Holy heck, fatigue. Earbuds is your only saving grace. Hallelujah. You want to know what my favorite thing about my new phone is? It has a headphone jack. I specifically bought the older model of this phone because it has a headphone jack. I was so excited when I found a current generation phone that is for sale that has a headphone jack. It's lovely. It's wonderful. It's fantastic. Also, I feel a little funky. I'm going to go check my blood sugar. I'll be back in a sec. Chat room, bad news is I'm having a medical emergency. Positive is that medical emergency is probably going to be solved by that teaspoon of honey I just ate. Should be good. It's like 18 carbs or something. All right. Back to staring at this diagram of a pump stack. Fuck you, Apple? You know, I've never fucked an apple. So I can't say if I recommend it. It's not daily. It's like twice a week, maybe. EMS. How to Google EMS. Emergency Medical Services? Elemental Magic Smackdown. Elemental Mavis Science. Super massive emergency. That was backwards, but. It's cold and unforgiving like your ex. Man, the last thing my ex told me is you used to be very important to me, and now I wish you would vanish and never exist again. Which was lovely. Educational Matrix System. I like this one. Everybody should be educated in the Matrix System. It's a very good series of movies. Evil Meandering Swan. One of my favorite hobbies is just like coming up with wrong acronyms. Like, what's a common acronym and something funny that it shouldn't stand for? Like, don't fart for DF, obviously. I just like came up with that one, and now I'm trying not to giggle like a 7-year-old. Evil Mega Soup, absolutely, definitely run away from Evil Mega Soup. They make Campbell's, I think. You don't know or care, but Paradox Interactive is taking pre-orders for vinyl copies of selected tracks for Surviving Mars. Yeah, I've seen that pressing. I've seen ads for that pressing. The thing about the Surviving Mars soundtrack is I remember not hating it. But like I also don't remember it being particularly stand out. Like I remember it being like there was like 3 radio stations. There was like kind of that ambient electronic station. There was like that kind of westerny soft folk music. There was the ukulele station and the other station, right? And I remember them both just kind of being okay. I don't know if there's anything in there that I particularly need on vinyl. Unless somebody wants to pay for it for me and then I'll order it, but it's not on my need to own list. The Jet Lancer soundtrack, now that fucking slaps. It's my most recent arrival. Enormous marketing scam. You know, that's actually really good, actually. I think EMS is now just going to be a more enormous marketing scam. Also, I'm pretty sure if you need to call 911 or something for a medical emergency in Canada, probably your best bet would just be to call the non-emergency line for Vancouver Police Department and work from there. Because like there is that story that happened a couple of years ago of that those couple of friends that were raiding in World of Warcraft, and one of them like keeled over and like stopped responding, and a bunch of people from different countries all tried to call different non-emergency lines in London to try and find somebody with epilepsy in his mom's house at 2 o'clock in the morning, and they were able to track him down. They did have his first and last name, so that made things a little bit easier, but. And then police officers showed up at mom's house saying, hello, is your son home? Yeah, he's upstairs. What's he doing? I'm sleeping, potentially? Does he have epilepsy? Yes. Can we see your son, please? Is your son okay? Imagine having your life saved by friends through the internet. I was going to say strangers, but come on, they're all friends. Friends through the internet that you were raiding with. Because hell of a lot better than dying. I'll say that. Let's do another 300 lavish meals. How are we doing with drinks? Would we like having some Big Brother shit? Ma'am, your son is having a... I don't know if that's big... Like, Big Brother shit would be if you are hanging out on Reddit, not in a voice call, not in, like, text chat with anybody, not doing anything, and then the police show up to make sure that you're not dead. But, like, if you're playing World of Warcraft with friends on voice chat, I don't consider that to be Big Brothery at all. That's like being on a phone call with somebody and passing out, right? So, yeah, I don't really consider those two things to be on the same level. Kind of a different situations, you know? Different situations. Ma'am, is your son alive? Well, officer, I think he is. Last I checked. He was when I went upstairs last.
Woo!
I was looking at comments on, because I was looking at the Jupiter Hell patch notes for the hot fixes, and someone's saying that they can't buy Jupiter Hell now because it's on Vulkan. But, like, why? Does Vulkan not work with certain graphics cards or something? "15 minutes left to decide if you quit today and the system is crashing." I mean, why quit in the last 15 minutes of the shift when you can quit at the beginning of a shift tomorrow? Yeah, which is why I'm, like, confused as to why that person couldn't. Vulkan is it's a renderer, but I don't think I've ever heard of people having issues running games that use Vulkan, and I'm just wondering, like, what graphics cards would have problems. I know that the game has a different renderer too, so I'm sure that one of them will tell them, but that's just perplexing to me. Like, I've never heard of someone having problem using Vulkan, is all. I've always liked Vulkan because of how well it works. I've had problems with OpenGL in the past, but that's always been fixed by, like, what's it called? NVIDIA updates. That's the word I was looking for. Anyway, hot fix out for Jupiter Hell. Nothing huge, though. Apparently they fixed some graphical issues in Dante. Swashbuckler got a buff. Get your phone fixed? Whistle, whistle. All right, we'll see you when we see you. Vaulted, go get your phone fixed. You may be back later or you may not. Well, best of luck with new phone. Or fixed phone. Yeah, I know quite a few people who are excited for that. I hope people enjoy it. I know that the first one had some mixed responses, at least initially, so. Man, these dwarves are carrying way too much stuff to the depots right now. Guess we'll just have to continue waiting until they're done with this. And they're going to have a lot of stuff to put away. Actually, hold up. Is these open? Apparently investments are open, chat. Heads up. Whew. I know I've said this before, kind of in a joking way, but if you ever have the option, don't be a type 1 diabetic. It really sucks. Fatigue is, like, crazy. Just, like, it wrecks your ability to just function. I just miss being able to just sit down and stream for, just decide, I'm going to stream for 12 hours at the start of a stream, because I can't do that anymore. I really, like, I've had some people ask me if I'm planning on doing, like, subathons in September. There's part of me that would like to, but, like, I can't schedule long streams anymore. It's because, like, I don't know if my body's going to let me, you know? Okay, the humans have both embarked on their journey. And now the dwarves are going to put stuff away for a bit. You know what I mean? Like, I wish I could just schedule a long stream, but I just can't. Are the Ostrons? Are you talking about astronauts, or are you talking about something else? What game? Dragon? Because if you're talking about astronauts, I've heard of that. And there go the humans. Yeah, astronauts. It's not called ostrants. Astronauts. You're typing on your small second monitor and you can't see that well. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's also like not a real world, so, or not a real word. This game, astronauts. I actually own it, although it's one of those games where it's like it's so mixed. It's like I don't know if I should play this or if I should wait for it to be more developed, but it's on my to-do list. Looks neat, that's for sure. I have a feeling today is going to be a chill stream. I have a feeling.
You suck.
Did the bot steal your tickets? Looks like it did. Unfortunately, Pilot can't quit job now because bot took his entire life savings. It's all the bot's fault. And when people ask you, why didn't you quit your job sooner? You can be like, because the bot stole all my money. All 78 of them, yeah. That's like, I actually can't do the conversions, but Hobo at one point figured out, based on the amount of extra tickets you get per hour for being subscribed based on a month, the dollar value of channel points, and it's not nothing. Also took into account the number of channel points you get for cheering bits and all that stuff. There is kind of a pretty loose value for channel points on Twitch, and it's weird. I'm going to stand up. I feel like fidgety. Hallelujah. I have a problem, chat. Now that I'm standing, there's a fruit fly on the wall over there. I'm gonna go kill it.
Bring out your dead.
Got it. It only took 2 tries, but I got it. Could you guys hear me smacking the wall? I'm assuming you can. I did get it, though. You heard 1 smack? There was definitely 2. Second one was heavier than the first one, so you probably heard the second one. There's no water. This is just a blue road. But what's going on? That's a trading depot. So this is just like a blue floor tile. Tildes are water. This is water. This is my well, but it's also behind my camera. What are the humans doing? Where did they go? They left. They're going home. They're done trading. There still are some humans up in the tavern up here, though. But we're gonna fly underground now and go back to working on the pumps. Let's see if they dug them. Did you guys dig them out? Yes, looks like they did. But yeah, no, they are headed back home because that's where they came from and that's where they need to go, is back home. Yeah, I still have no idea where that fucking thing went. So bizarre. Because that memorial for B-Log was right there. Speaking of memorials, is that dwarf still in prison? Whoa! Also, apparently Tiny Goliath is my mayor now. When did you become my mayor? Huh. You want me to make breastplates? We have a new mayor, chat. Can I get some beer in the chat for the new mayor? When did he get a broken toe? Before he went into prison. Now he's in prison and still wants breastplates made. Loves being in prison, but we have a new mayor. My other one, I guess, got elected out of office. Yeah, seems like he got elected out of office. Huh. All right. Well, that's interesting. But yeah, if anybody's new to this fortress is currently 293 years old. 293 years old is this fortress. Must be a southern. No, it's just a Monday. Legs are not happy.
What are you doing on computer? Go outside, so beautiful!
I love that my audience thinks alike because Animal had that exact same sound clip like a few years ago, and now Ghost has the same sound clip that Animal used to have. I kind of love it. But how you doing, Ghost? Thank you for like finally giving me a SR command, by the way, so I don't need to feel bad about that anymore. All right. So you are going to pump from the vest. I'm going to make you with Gabbro. And those. And then I need to go up one. And pump from the east. Same thing. It is indeed Tuesday, but it's my Monday. So while I do agree, it's definitely Tuesday. It's my Monday. Why would you be sorry for that, Dragon Man? Take care of yourself. Free entertainment is, I know this is going to be a shock to you, free entertainment. So enjoy the show. It's free. Sheesh. That was the first one to come to mind. I just think it's funny that that's what you have for right now, even if it's temporary. Just because it's the same one someone else had in the past. Although I've been streaming for about 3 hours, I'm just going to take a 2-second break and use the restroom. Back in a sec.
Whoa, dude, yeah, let's go.
Aqua, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Dragonman. Dragonman, I did not re-dwarf you yet because there are no dwarfs to give you. I would love to give you a dwarf, but there are none available, so I'm not sure how I would give you a dwarf when there is no dwarves available. But thank you very much for gifting a sub, Aqua. Cheers. Dwarves get breeding? I mean, I don't have any control over that. So, no. Besides, you have had many dwarves in the fort in the past, so I try and prioritize people who haven't had them before. And believe it or not, there is quite a few people in the chat watching right now that would actually get priority over you, not because you're not or weren't subscribed or anything, but just because I need to give priority to people who haven't had dwarves yet, because gotta keep it fair. Got to keep it fair. Still love for it? Well, I mean, I'll get to it eventually. What's the current goals of the fort? Goals haven't changed. Probably. Cutest. It's not even like a kappa, actually. That is my political view. So yes, naturally. But yeah, the goal literally hasn't changed. There are projects, which you could figure out pretty quickly by watching. We're building a giant lava lamp, but the goal's still the same. Keep the fort alive for 1,000 years, don't die. Well, I mean, not all Americans are easily spooked. It's green glass. 'Tis what it is. It's either green glass or olivine, because it's green, but in this case it is glass. Although in real life I would be more inclined to assume that it would be like copper. That's like oxidized. It's kind of funny because I for a while there had a Amazon Prime partnership where I could sell Amazon products, and then they banned me for cheating the system because my mom bought too many products and they thought that I would. Anyway, I don't have any Amazon affiliate links anymore, long story short. And they still send me the bounty requests, which are like, yo, here's a product that we really want you to sell, you sheep. And the current product that they're trying to tell me to tell you guys to buy are a specific brand of paper towels. I don't know why, but I find that very funny. It's like, buy these paper towels. It's like I keep getting emails telling me to tell people to buy paper towels. Yeah, they banned me because my mom used it too frequently, and they assumed I was scamming it, which I think is hilarious. Although I know a streamer who got banned from using an Amazon affiliate link for editing the Amazon logo because he like changed the Amazon logo just slightly so that it looked like his branding and fit really nicely into his panels. And they banned him for misuse of the logo. I also think it's really funny. Most of us want things like UBI and universal health care. Unfortunately, that doesn't make the news. I mean, most people would like that, but unfortunately, the people with lots of money and power don't, because they don't want to give you their lots of money. So, yeah. Yeah. Almost every American that I know would probably give one of their teeth to have free health care. And I don't think that that's an unfair assumption to make either. Humans have arrived. Stone, are you around and lurking? Because if you are, please make yourself known. Otherwise, I will screenshot this and put it on Discord. It's tribute time. 'Tis indeed. So you'd give them again, is what you're saying. Say like. Or you'd give them your dentures. Because that's probably not too hard to do. How about this? Would you prefer I use the term prepaid? Oh, Slot. Because, yes, it's free. Just like Netflix is free. Once you've already paid for it, you already have it, so it's free. I know that's not how that actually works. I don't even know what a veneer is, so maybe? All right, I'm going to assume Stone is asleep, so I will screenshot. Or Stony is very deep in reading about seahorses still. One of the two. I have no idea what veneer is, so couldn't tell you. Deep fried turkey sounds like a bit much for me. I'd rather never have to eat that. Then again, I'm not much of a deep fried food person in general. It sounds fancy, whatever it is. Conversations, the truth. I like that my mayor is in prison, and so people are having to visit my mayor in prison. It's kind of funny. I think I'm out of charcoal. I need to hack down a few trees. There we go. Like drywalling to make drawing a tooth to a crappy wall to look better. So like a shitty filling then. I don't know, I'm not a dentist. Yeah, just don't put frozen. You want to know what was one of the scariest moments of my life? Athros, on that topic about blowing up something by dropping it into a deep fryer, was when I was standing by a oil vat and I was getting ready to drain it, and one of my coworkers threw an ice cube at me and it landed in the oil vat next to me, splashed everywhere. Fortunately, didn't burn me, but made this loud bang sound. It was one of the scariest moments of my life. It was like someone fired off a shotgun behind my head. It was terrifying. Yeah, everybody's on good terms with us. Except for the goblins, technically. We traded with the elves earlier today. Aqua. Depends on whether or not you crack it. Because I would say boiled egg with the shell on is probably a bad time in a deep fryer as well. Probably also potato with a peel on it would probably do a similar thing, I would imagine. I've never actually done that, but I would assume it would do a similar thing. Now I really, really, really want to put dry ice into a deep fryer just to see what would happen. That's probably on YouTube, right? Someone's probably done that. I'm not going to go searching for it because it's going to wreck my my algorithm, but I'll bet you somebody's done that for me so I don't need to actually do it. All right. Let's go down to this, that, and that. Go up one. Oh shit, did I not dig? Guess I didn't dig up one. Sweet. 40. Next one will bring us up to 50. Hey, animal. How are you? Someone put a termite on ice and it makes a steam explosion? Termite?
Hello.
What? How you doing, animal? How's things?
Cheese for everyone!
It's like, oh yeah, this is a thing that I can use. Cheese for oafs a lot. I mean, thermite is very different from a termite. A termite is a small bug. Thermite is make explosion. Marmite is thing Australian puts on sandwich. Can burn and then it can blow up. I've used thermite as part of fire starter before. It's pretty effective. I'm sorry, Dragon Man. Why are you doing that to yourself? Can I ask a question? You know, did they fix Andromeda, or are people just way too desperate for a dying franchise? Because like, as cool as Mass Effect was, is it bad for me to be in the camp of they should stop making Mass Effect games? Like, seriously, like, just let BioWare go make something different. That isn't, you know, a Destiny competitor. Am I the only person who feels that way? I'm starting to think I am. And it really perplexes me. It's like, why don't other people just, like, feel that maybe they should just go make a different video game? How come I am, like, the only person on Earth who's like... Actually, hold on. I should just check the stocks. How many iron bars do I have? A lot, apparently. I mean, the Mass Effect games are good, and I realize they have their fans. But, like, I don't know. I feel like they've made enough of those. Think they have ideas? No, I think EA is a bunch of slave drivers that wants them to just do things they think will print money, right? But, like, I acknowledge that Mass Effect 1 and 2 and 3 are some really good games. They can't make another sequel anymore. EA will shut down the studio. What? EA is going to shut down BioWare, you think? Aren't they currently working on a Dragon Age, though? I'd actually be kind of surprised if EA shut down BioWare. fire everybody and make a new studio called BioWare, would be less surprising to me. Not that exciting? Well, noted. That's disappointing. They shut down Maxis, so? Well, no, they didn't actually. Maxis still exists. Maxis makes The Sims. They just renamed the studio and fired everybody. Which is probably what they would do with, probably what they would do to BioWare. Just fire everybody and make it a new studio. Anyway, I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, all of the good games being made these days are being made by indie studios of 20, 30 people. And not big AAA studios. Big AAA studios are kind of a waste of my oxygen, so I just kind of do my best to ignore them. You know? Do I not have any armorers? Why the hell are they not making those iron bits? Bunch of jobs are not getting done. Okay, you're making charcoal. I don't know. I don't. Here's the thing. You know, you do joke that that EA will shut down Maxis. I think EA should grow some fucking balls and just let Maxis make something interesting that isn't designed by community like Anthem. You know what I wish? I wish that Anthem wasn't a Destiny-style game. I really wish that Anthem was just a video game. You know? Like, I wish that they took... Because I remember, like, the first time I saw gameplay of Anthem, and my brain thought it was something kind of different. My brain thought it was my brain told me that it was science fiction Monster Hunter. Like, I thought that was going to be a game where you go out into the world with, like, a group of 4 buddies, and you beat up weird monster out in the environment because they were fighting a big monster, and then they flew back home. That was BioWare for Anthem? Yes, but Anthem was a Destiny clone because EA Games wanted them to make that. That was in an investor call. There was multiple investor calls where they talked about how they were getting BioWare to make them a multiplayer game. So yes, it was BioWare, and I'm aware. But why couldn't they have made it a single-player game? Because, like, that was still, like, the tail end of, like, EA Games believing that single-player games were dead. And it's that Jedi bullshit thingamajigger that Respawn made that did really well. And Titanfall 2's campaign getting a bunch of awards that has made EA Games go, actually, maybe people do want single-player. I'm just rambling because the subject came up and chat's kind of quiet, Anthros, so. One of the things that you bought into and was very, very disappointed in. The last game that I got into that was very, very disappointed. I don't know. Fallen Order is very generic and it's Star Wars, so I by default don't give a shit. The last game that I bought way too heavily into that was a massive disappointment, that was a multiplayer game, was Firefall, and I don't think I'm ever going to make that mistake again. If there is a multiplayer game that is designed to be a multiplayer game, I will assume by default it is going to be shit and have a shit business model, and I'm not going to want to play it. And generally, I'm not wrong, which is my current assumption with New World. I know a lot of people are excited about that, but I have a feeling that game's going to last 8 months and have mostly negative reviews pretty quick. Mostly because I have absolutely no faith in Amazon to do an even remotely decent job. So maybe that's too harsh. I don't know. Yeah, well, wait, are you talking about the MMO or are you talking about actual KOTOR? Are you talking about real KOTOR or are you talking about fake KOTOR? Because modern KOTOR is fake KOTOR. Original KOTOR is actual KOTOR. But Ultimate, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Just trying to stretch over here. Give me a sec. Touch my toes, my back cracks in like 4 places. It did in one of the betas, yeah. It was, New World was bricking, it's like 3090s, I think. Like the high tier 30 series cards, it was bricking them. And it got so bad that NVIDIA actually has a RMA option on their website now that is just New World. It's like if your graphics card got bricked by New World, they will just mail you a new one, which I think is really funny. Man, I played Gigantic when it was free for a minute there. That game was really neat. Not the sort of game I'd play a lot of, but that was a really neat little game. Gigantic was a really neat little game. Really hope that whoever's coming to haul that rock gets rid of it. Gigantic just launched on the wrong platform at the wrong time. If Gigantic launched now, I think Gigantic would do really well because it would just be on like Game Pass or something. But the fact that it was like a Microsoft store exclusive was just like a nail in the coffin for that thing. I got way into the oh man, I can't even remember the name of it now. What was the name of EA Games' MOBA? Does anybody remember? Like their League of Legends competitor? Because I got very into the beta of that. I put like a few hundred hours into the beta of that with a friend of mine. No, not HOTS. That's Blizzard's MOBA. No, EA Games is MOBA. This is like 3 or 4 years before HOTS. It also doesn't exist anymore. It never made it out of beta. It was in beta for like, I want to say a year, and then they killed it. Dawngate. Dawngate was the name of it. No, it's not Champions of anything. Yeah, 2014. Here's some footage of it. This game, Dawngate. This doesn't look like League of Legends at all. Actually, I think League of Legends looks more like this now. Oddly enough. But yeah, this is Dawngate. This was a game that I got very into for a little bit. Looks like a LOL clone. It was much more interesting than League of Legends. It had a lot more mechanics and depth and things going on. And weird things on the map. Yeah, I mean, when this game was coming out, League of Legends still had the older art style where League of Legends looked a lot blockier and didn't have like the darker pastel look. It had the brighter kind of cartoony look still before they redid their map and everything. So it actually looked less like LOL when it was new. LOL looks more like Dawngate now. But yeah, no, it had a lot of really interesting things going on with it. But yeah, it never made it out of early access. For a while there, I think the source code leaked at one point, and there was like a fan community that was trying to keep it alive, but nah, shit's DOA. Yeah, it still looked like Warcraft 3. Yeah. I mean, all of those games just look like Warcraft. Also, unpopular opinion. I hate the way Warcraft looks. I hate the way World of Warcraft looks. And I hate the way those RTS games look. I think they're really ugly. I know that that's like an unpopular opinion, but like I've played those RTS games. They're good RTS games, but I fucking hate the way they look. Like that over-exaggerated cartoony style. I don't like it. I just don't like it. What's an art style for a video game that you think is really ugly that is really popular? Because here's another hot take. Borderlands is ugly as shit. Hate that style. I mean, they're great games. Like, they're mechanically super competent. I just don't like the way they look. Quick Serve Delicious. Yeah, I feel like we talked about Quick Serve Delicious recently. This rock here is going to be the death of me. You guess they wanted to be different? There's actually a, hold on, let's see if I can find it. See if I can find that shot. There's like some very early on images of Borderlands when it was still in pre-release, before it had cell shading. Yeah, here's a screenshot of it. Yeah, this is a pre-release screenshot of Borderlands 1 before it had cell shading. Dishonored has a horrible art style. I love the look of Dishonored's environments. I don't like the look of Dishonored's characters. Also, this looks like a Halo mod. Oh, there's graphics mods that turn it off? I getcha. Also, my lighting just decided to start flickering. It's a cheap LED lamp. LED can't be replaced. That is really annoying. Think I need a new lighting, chat. Whew. You know, I don't think that's why it's called Borderlands. But I love that idea, and I'm going to roll with it now. So it would just be called Lands if it wasn't The game would just be called Lands. It would just be Lands instead of Bordered Lands.
You suck.
No, you. Too early for Christmas lights? As somebody who kind of hates Christmas, it's always too early for Christmas lights. It's too early for Christmas lights until like December 20th, and then they have to be gone by December 29th, or I get annoyed. Also, it's not even fucking Halloween yet. Besides, like, Christmas lights are terrible for lighting. I need an actual light. I don't need fucking sparkly doohickeys. Come on. No, I need to get me Because of the fact that I'm actually in a room now that I could set up studio, I should probably just get a studio lamp to put up there. All right, chat. Who wants to give me $60 so I can buy studio lighting? Anybody? Any takers? No? Okay. Let's see if they've moved that boulder yet. New stream donation goal? Just give me the money. Donation goals are effort. There we go. They moved the goddamn boulder. I have a neighbor that hasn't taken their Christmas lights down yet. I'm starting to get worried that they died. Canada flag in the background? Why would I do such a horrendously stupid, ugly thing like that? That's actually like one of my pet peeves. Is streamers that just have like their country's flag in the background. It's like, cool. It's like, I love my country, but I don't need my fucking flag behind me. What the fuck? I'm not running for office or anything. The hell? Come up with your own goddamn logos. Sheesh. Unless your name is Sequisha, where you just invent a fake country. Ever play any of the Yakuza games? Do I seem like the sort of person who would play a Yakuza game? Thanks for the $10. Dude man guy. Cheers. Check, can I get a big round of beers for Dude man guy for chucking $10 at us? Kavish says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. The dwarf says, you actually took so long to find the mayor that we finished trading and they left before you did that. But thanks for the $10. Cheers. It's like doubling today's revenue. What do I want? You know what? I'm just going to continue asking for wood for right now because I don't actually have the lava stuff set up yet. Well, that would be gay propaganda for kids, which is illegal where you live. Well, I mean, here we just have fucking rainbow crosswalks everywhere, so we encourage gay propaganda. We finalized the import agreements. Crash dwarf ship, yada yada. Yada yada yada. Farewell, Tiny Goliath. I'm glad that you got out of prison. I look forward to meeting you next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I like how they elected that dwarf to mayor while that dwarf was in prison. Tiny Goliath was in prison. While Tiny Goliath was in prison, Tiny Goliath got elected to mayor. It's very funny. Cut. You can't just send that and throw a beer. What? Why not? Cutest Ghost lives in a country where telling people it's okay to be gay is illegal, so... Yes, you can. Verbalix, what's up? How's things? While being possessed and throwing a tantrum? True, yeah. Maybe you gain, like, intelligence from the elders while it's in prison. Gabriel? Telling it to adults is okay, but not kids. But what if kid is gay? Come on. How dare? What? To be a kid and to also be gay? Well, gosh. Guess my friend Steven growing up would have been screwed then. I wonder what Steven's doing these days. I think he was going to school for architecture or something. It's legal in more than a few countries, unfortunately. There's a lot of stupid people in this world in a lot of countries. I don't think that they thought when they made that rule. I think that they just made it as far as their own phobias and self-esteem issues, and then went, nope, that's not okay. Because my religion says no. That's probably about as far as they made it. Would be my guess. Giving away a few shifts, any shifts you can today and not going back tomorrow, and I'm going to sit in your hammock and relax for the next few days until new job starts. Fuck yeah, I'm a dude. Fuck yeah. Enjoy your hammock. Enjoy your new beachfront property because of the flooding. Actually, I don't think it's a beachfront property anymore, but it certainly was for a bit. Have you contemplated acquiring a rubber dinghy, by the way, for the next time that river floods? Pilot? Because I think that would be a really good image. It's just like everything's flooding and you just like inflate a rubber dinghy and just like float down road. I quit my job, bitches. I already have a 14-foot kayak. Now that's effort, though. How many bananas is that kayak? That's the actual question that I need to ask here, though. I think you actually mean that it's a 23.973 banana kayak is what it is. It's a 23.973 banana kayak. Why does to me 23.973 bananas sound smaller than 14 feet? In my mind, 14 feet is bigger than 23 bananas. A 24 banana kayak. Yeah, basically. It's a 24 banana kayak. Be even better if it was like banana yellow. I have a banana-shaped kayak that is 23.9 bananas in length. There you go. I don't think... I mean, I've definitely seen 24 bananas, but... Seriously, though. Bananaforscale.info is a wonderful website. I mean, Canada and America and the rest of the world will never agree to switch to the metric system, as they bloody well should. So instead, I support the notion that instead of switching to the metric system, as a society, we just all simply decide to unanimously use the banana for scale system. It's infinitely more complicated and significantly less accurate, but at least we can all agree that it makes logical sense. Because everybody knows approximately how big a banana is. Don't want to actually dump that. Only weighs about 100 pounds, so it's easily transported. So what you're telling me is it is blue and weighs approximately 377.944 bananas. That's what you're telling me. Yeah, I mean it's definitely a pretty standard banana kayak. Yeah, and it has to calculate bananas in the bananas the because bananas are radioactive, right? So you were comparing radioactive materials to bananas based on the amount of radioactivity is in a banana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2. Okay, hold on. 2, 4, 6. Perfect. Because these use 10 power each. Just need to make sure I don't get one of them backwards. Just need to make sure I don't get one of them backwards. If I get one of them backwards, then we're in kind of troubles. On a rare occasion, radiation from space can cause a bit of flip in a computer. Can cause a bit flip? What's a bit flip? Is that like Bit Trip? Because Bit Trip was a pretty cool series of video games for a minute there until, I don't know, until I forgot that they existed and only just remembered that they existed just now. What's a bit flip? It's when a bit flips. I mean, I would assume it's similar to a backflip, but for a bit instead of a back, you know? Like when a back flips, that's a backflip, right? Happened once in a voting computer in the universe. The universe voted 4,096 times on one person, changing. Huh. That's interesting. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar again because I was a little off this morning. So I'm gonna go find out where I'm at now. Back in a sec.
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
It's because our data is stored in such small parts that energy from radiation particles can change 1 bit in data. Huh. Interesting. Why is this making me think of that one Cyberpunk game that just came out called Foreclosed? This game came out pretty recently called Foreclosed. It's on Steam. And the whole shtick of it is that the company that owns the main character or protagonist's, I guess, data became foreclosed, so went out of business. And when they went out of business, that person lost all of their information, and thus stopped being a human being. It's essentially just imagine if Google went out of business, except if Google also had your passport and tax number, and them going out of business makes your passport and tax number become non-valid. For whatever reason, I'm just like imagining a world where that happens, because we'll probably get there at some point. Like I'm a nihilist. I believe that we'll make it to that level of dystopia, and when that happens, we will, all we need is a little bit of radiation and someone goes from being Steve to being Phil. We're not far off there. We're getting there. Give it like another 30 years. Oh, come on. Come on, Dwarf, really? I kind of figured that. Of course it's the king. Of course. Classic. Look at this dwarf. All alone. All sads. Look at this dwarf. I mean, seriously, come on. It's just stuck. There you go. Go get yourself a drink. King need more arrows? King is protesting, is that what you're saying? King's like lying down on train tracks saying, "Stop the trains! I need more shipments!" Except in this case, it's lying down in front of the magma pump. It's like, "Turn on the pumps! I need more arrows!" From Montana. Or, I was going to say fucking Austria, but they changed the name of fucking Austria to fudging, right? Such a fucking shame. Door can't be stuck if there's no door. It's just like you can't climb out of pool if there is no, like, ladder. We learned this because of The Sims. Why do I want to wall it in? I'm walling the pumps in so that lava don't spill out when I pump them. Why else wouldn't you wall in your lava pumps? You only need to power the top one. You don't need to power all of them. So it's safer to just wall them in instead of be potentially concerned. Add you in the computers as a Mexican citizen? Maybe you are. You're actually just a spy. You're stupid. That, or maybe it was like flattering. Maybe you were the one guy in the crew that could make really good tacos. So they just like did it as a flattery joke. Oh, the one that I was talking about? So if you wall in an extra tile like that, so hold on. I can show you. If I'm trying to put a wall here, right? There's like a 50-50 chance the dwarves will go on the wrong side and just wall themselves in. If I do this, make it twice as thick, okay? And then forbid these two, then they will, instead of standing on the forbidden tile to build there, they will stand here and build this way. They cannot stand on the unconstructed thing that's forbidden and build on top of it. It'll forbid both of them. So it stops them from locking themselves in places they shouldn't be, which is why I did that. So I put an extra wall in there so that they don't wall themselves back in. It's like if I were to do that here, which I'm about to. I'll do that, and then I'll also place a bunch of walls back here, make them whatever material, and cancel these. Or not cancel them. Just forbid them. Tamika, what's up? How's things? Yeah, it fucks up the pathing so that they can't get stuck. It's like, you know, I might be running a very, very, very long, very, very, very old, very, 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 very dull fortress, but I do kind of know how this game works, believe it or not. Saw a news article that upsets me about housing costs here. 2 sieges, ooh. Different factions or same faction? Regardless, sounds fun. Actually, you know what? I need to get rid of that one so that they can go around it. A siege and an ambush. Oh, that's always fun. It's even better if like the siege and the ambush are like part of warring factions, because then they fight amongst each other. I've always loved like oh, a siege has arrived. Oh, an ambush has arrived. Oh, another siege has arrived. They're all 3 different factions, and they all start fighting, and then Via Force of Darkness has arrived and just kills everybody, and then reses them all as zombies, and then I have one massive army attacking me. That happened once. That wasn't fun. Or I mean, it was, but we died. So it was fun. It wasn't fun. It was fun for us watching. It wasn't fun for the dwarves existing, because they ceased to. Rather quickly, actually. Also, guys, if you like no commentary DF gameplay, so chill lo-fi dwarfs to relax and study to, go follow Mr. Tamika. Because they will provide you with chill lo-fi dwarves to relax and study to, in the format of DF streams. Is the civilians were outside filling buckets? Why were they outside filling buckets? What did they need so bad that they needed to go outside for it? Were they like making a pond or something indoors? Oh right, yeah, you're working on that. Wait, why are you filling buckets to do that? Because you're like trying to build in the magma sea, correct? So how are you actually doing that, by the way? Because the way I would do that is I would dump water on it and then mine it out and then dump more water on it. I would just keep filling up chunks with water and then mining them out. And then like slowly you get to dig down into it. It must be a nice warm home. I'll say that. The final layer is different. I don't even know what the final layer is. I'm assuming it's just like bedrock or something. Like, there's got to just be a point where you just can't dig any deeper, right? Let's pump from... Pump from the west. Yes. How do you mean they're like riverbed tiles? You mean that there's just like a tile at the bottom that just looks like magma? I still feel like I would just or just fill the bottom up with granite probably. Magma doesn't turn into obsidian. Yeah, because it's like in between 2 layers technically. Okay, I get you. I get you. Yeah, so you'd have to fill it up with something. I'd probably build over it rather than going out of my way to do that. Do you guys want to see a snake yawning in snake speed? Again, I don't know if I have the rights to show that video, so I'll just simply link it. The good thing about that, like, to me, that video that I just linked in chat is a snake that hasn't eaten in like a few months and just ate a really big meal, and now it needs a nap because that's like a 30-second long yawn. Like snake's just like Eesh weepy. Eesh weepy. You need napu. You need to nap for a season or two. That's the... Is it hibernation season yet? So you have to dump water onto a tile. On the precise tick, it's empty. Oh boy. Probably resetting his jaw back into place. Yeah, probably. I don't know. It just looks like a yawn, and thus it's cute because snakes are adorable. I'm not really the kind of person to be like, oh, that's cute. But no, snakes are fucking cute. And then it turns into obsidian. That seems like convoluted and complicated, but seems neat. Yeah, that's I kind of agree with Aqua there. Like, I feel like at a point I would just kind of give up. Like, I'd go to like 1 or 2 layers above that and then just build over it. I mean, it kind of, just the way you're describing it, kind of reminds me of when I watched RNG 3D print a fortress in Dwarf Fortress, where he made a massive magma cistern above ground, and then would drop water and then drop lava. Like, made a big cistern filled with lava and a big cistern filled with water, and then would drop some water and then drop lava on it to make it into obsidian. And just kind of went in a circle underneath the cisterns to 3D print a wall. That is maybe like the most, like, what's the word I'm thinking of? That is the most tedious thing I've ever seen. I'm looking at the comments of this snake, and this one person's just like, this is a Venus flytrap impersonation I can respect. Dwarven 3D printer. It was neat. It looked utterly tedious. Like, horrendously. Like, more tedious than I would ever want to deal with. More tedium than I would ever want to deal with in DF. And I deal with kind of a lot of tedium in DF. And now when the doctor says, give me an open-mouthed snake. Yeah, but you're supposed to keep it open, right? Say, ah. Drainage is difficult. Yeah, I mean, with the semi-molten rock, all you can really do with that stuff is plug it, right? There ain't really too much you can do with that stuff at that point. go. And let's make another screw pump. Pump from the east. Go down until I hit Gabbro. Do the rest of those. Take those out just so it's easier to fill in afterwards. We wait. When is a well that's completely functional not a water source? When it's filled with pus and not water. I feel like this is like a riddle or something. Did you make a water collection zone? Because you still have to make a water source zone on it, right? Otherwise, they will prioritize whatever default water source they have. I think if you don't set a well as a water zone, they will actually go for the river outside primarily. Assuming that exists. I don't know if that's even like that dense of a mechanic. It's just kind of the way the game works. So I'm getting quite a few follows from these like fake accounts that are just part of the general bot problem on Twitch right now. I'm not too bothered by it. I think it's kind of funny. But what I do think is really funny is having these accounts pop up in my following feed, right? And then sit there for about 20, 30 minutes. And sometimes I'll report them. Sometimes I'm too lazy to. But they'll sit there for about 20, 30 minutes, and then they'll disappear because Twitch is banning them in real time. It's funny to me that people are like, oh, Twitch does nothing about the bot problems. It's like, oh, they do. They're just, it's difficult. You can't ban them all at once. So I just think that that's quite funny. All right, so let's go up here, go over here, up here. They do take from the well, and only the well when there are not too many ponds. Oh, well, they can only fit so many dwarves. How many dwarves do you have set to hauling water? Because there's only so many spots around the well that they can use to fill, right? So if the well is completely full, they might prioritize the river over top of that, I would think. That's kind of my only thought, really. Make it harder for them people to get bots into Twitch. I mean, like, you have to fill out captchas and make a new email and verify emails and such. Like, what else can they really do? Add more wells. Yeah, that's the actual answer there, is just make more wells. You know, like, do you want it to be harder to make for new people to make accounts on Twitch? I don't know. There's a lot of people that are really bothered by the hate raids. Like, we got hit by one of them on Jupiter Hell's launch day. If any of you guys remember when we got smacked by a wall of bots that just kind of came out of nowhere and just spammed the chat with racial slurs for a minute. Like, I got hit by one of them, and I don't know. Like, yeah, they're kind of annoying, but who really? It's the internet. People are shitballs, assholes, and I get hate bot comments all the time on YouTube. Like, just par for the course on the internets. But because of that, just as a middle finger to whoever's running that shit, FG Squared, one of my teammates, And I know I will be helping, but maybe other people on my team will be too. We'll be raising a little bit of money for LGBT charity tomorrow. So there's not going to be a big fancy overlay or anything, but there will be a link in the chat if you guys want to chuck a couple bucks in their direction. Just kind of as a fuck you to whoever's running those stupid goddamn bots. Like I said, they don't particularly bother me, but they do bother some other people. I'm a big kid. I can handle people being stupid on the internet. That's fine. It's par for the course of the internet, but might as well like throw a wrench at them. Gate Nerd, what up? It's good to see you. Hope you've been aight. Use 5 or 6 by default when casting. Yeah, I mean, if I'm trying to fill stuff using wells, I will maybe not 5 or 6, but I will definitely have like 2, maybe 3. But yeah, if you have 200 dwarves, yeah, that would be why. You're probably running out of space around the well. You weren't here for that day, how rude. Yeah, I got like 450 followers that day. Axon, because I also got botted. It was very, very, very strange. Because I kind of had a lot of viewers anyway, and for like a moment, it just kind of looked like a normal raid because a lot of just emotes came in. I was like, what the fuck's happening? And then I realized they all had the same usernames with different numbers at the end, and then they just started spamming racial slurs. Yeah, it was pleasant. It was fine. I mean, it's the internet. We just put chat into emote-only mode for a second, just kind of waited for a minute, and then it just kind of went away. Or rather, sub-only mode. And then I put it into sub-only mode, and then my mods put it into follow-only, and then we just kind of waited. And it fixed itself. It was fine. But I don't know. I think I just have a thicker skin for that sort of thing. Because like back when I first started streaming on Twitch, like getting hit by hate raids was like just a Monday. Like that shit just happened all the time back when I first started streaming. So to me, it's like, wait, those are a new thing? I thought those had just always been here. Like just a constant. It's like every single time I upload a YouTube video, I get 2 or 3 comments within a couple of minutes just linking to random porn websites. It's kind of the same thing. It's like, well, I mean, if you're on the internet, you have to deal with being on the internet. So. Is you can farm it out to poorly paid Asians? Is that really how they get around that shit? I thought that, like, people just, you know, just guessed them. Has that been a thing? I don't know. I will be completely honest. I've never really been in the business of making malicious bots to harass people, so I wouldn't know how to get around captchas. I just kind of figure all that shit's compromised, so. That's just, you know, maybe my assumption. People just sit there doing them en masse for pennies on the hour. Now that you say it, I believe it. I mean, isn't that the same as gold farming in WoW, Axon? You never played WoW? People pay people in China and Korea to farm gold for, as you said, pennies on the hour, and it's very lucrative for people on the top end. Or a friend of mine's dad actually made a lot of money off of Diablo 2 selling modded weapons. Through item stores. It's like, hey, do you want super OP weapon? You can have it. which is kind of crazy. But you know, honestly, perhaps, Axon, you have benefited not having played WoW. You just keep going back? I don't know about that. I don't know if it's necessarily like crack, but I think it's more of a people have friends that play video games with them, and then they want to just play games with their friends. And you know, I can respect that. I kind of understand that struggle to a degree, having friends that play games. Like, I never really enjoyed playing League of Legends, but I kept playing League of Legends because that's what my friends played. You'd hate to think about the tens of thousands you'd have with all the WoW content? No, I completely agree. Completely agree with that. Today was your first day back at work after summer vacation? Well, I hope you had a good summer vacation. Man, this just popped up on the front page of /r grilled cheese, and I think it might be lunchtime. You know that feeling when you see a really tasty looking picture of food and you're like, ah, fuck. It's time to go get lunch. It's kind of how I feel right about now. Jess, why are you depressed? Going to remove you from these after you finish building this. And I'm also going to go right here. Enormous corkscrews. Yeah, we're gonna put a bunch of enormous corkscrews. Oh, also, I'm going to set that to use wheelbarrows. Hey, Prozoc. Once I get up and go do it. Although I guarantee you it won't be. It'll probably just be plain toast. I mean, I haven't gotten up yet. I said it's probably time for lunch. I never said I was going to go get lunch. But if you gotta go, you gotta go. Leave a lurk around for me. I like how I suggest that it might be time for lunch, and then half of chat's like, okay, bye! And then I'm like, but I'm not leaving, and chat's like, bye! Didn't quite make it out of frame. I hit a wall. I mean, at this point, I might as well just be like, okay, bye, guys. And I'm like, Chad, I'm not leaving yet. And Chad's like, bye! See you, nerds! This poor dwarf. Let's go make merry, Jess. Jess just wants to make merry. Just wants to be a happy dwarf. No, I mean, it wasn't necessarily just you. It was like you and Aqua around the same time saying, well, I probably won't be back. I won't be here when you get back. It's like, but I'm not leaving, though. It wasn't just you. It was you and Aqua. But I don't know. I think it's funny. It's kind of the same thing. Kind of. Still funny, though. Am I going to fill up that whole chamber? On the left? Yeah, all the way from the ground to the top. It's going to be full of lava. And in the middle, right around... If I scroll up... This is also going to be filled up entirely, and this is going to be our lava reservoir. So, this whole thing is going to get filled up. Though I'm also realizing I'm going to need to... put a green glass block right there. Yeah. I'm not joking when I'm saying I'm building a giant lava lamp. Hey chat, what's for lunch? Important question. You were going to leave around 4:20 a.m.? I get you. I mean, you usually head out around this time, Audio. Or not, Animal. You know what season is? It's sock season. A hot dog? I haven't had a hot dog since before the pandemic. Why, wait, hold on a second. Why is avocado toast destroying America? Why America specifically? Like, I realize, like, the, like, environmental ramifications of eating a lot of avocado, but why is it destroying America? Wouldn't it just be, like, destroying the Earth? Oh, right, because for Americans, America's the only country that exists, and thus the only country that matters. So thus it doesn't matter if it damages other countries, it only matters if it damages America. So destroying America equal destroying world. I get it. Why did my left leg suddenly go numb? What the fuck, left leg? Come back. I need you. Communist avocado. What? I mean, communist avocados are much scarier than capitalist avocados. We know that. Because several U.S. media outlets complained about America being destroyed by millennials eating avocado toast. I mean, what about all the outlets that destroyed that the world is being destroyed by millennials playing, or Zoomers playing Fortnite and doing funky dances in the driveway? Just like the newspapers used to describe the chicken dance and the Macarena as Satan worship. Meanwhile, hail Satan. Comrade avocado. Share your toast. I like it. I like it, man.
nuclear vessels.
Comrade Avocado? I really want someone to like make a comic strip now called Comrade Avocado about a communist avocado. And their friend who's on toast. I'm just imagining like a mix of my brain wants to say Red Faction, but I actually want to say Command and Conquer Red Alert. Space Line, except it's an avocado saying it. Also, Comrade Avocados just sounds really fun. Yeah, well, you know. Doesn't necessarily need to be Soviet Union comrade. It could also be like one of the various other countries in the world. Well, I mean, Bravocado is better than... I can only type this in. Bravocado. So anyways, why exactly are avocados destroying America? Sorry, like I got too distracted with this graphic novel pitch. Why exactly are avocados destroying America? I realize that several U.S. media outlets complained about America being destroyed by millennials eating avocado toast, but what exactly does eating avocado toast have to do with millennials destroying America? Is it because they're not eating bacon and thus the pork lobby isn't getting their monies? What's the actual problem here? Like, genuine question. What is the actual problem here? Windows 11 will be available on October 5th, and I can't update even though I want to because my CPU isn't fast enough. Sag. Because they thought it would be good clickbait. You know, ironically, you're probably correct. But even clickbait sometimes has like a reason behind the article. I mean, my favorite piece of American propaganda... My favorite piece of American propaganda is the whole breakfast is the most important meal of the day, which existed to promote the pork lobby, all the lobbyists of the pork food industry, making breakfast sausages and bacon sell really well. Two horribly unhealthy foods. Don't forget to have your daily overdose of salt in the format of bacon. I mean, just like Team Rocket. Blasting off again, Axon. Spring has arrived. Thus marks just over a year since we started. Or actually, no, just a year since we started. People not buying products that certain people want to have bought and environmental issues. Yeah, I mean, I realize the environmental issues of avocados, which is why it's a treat, but fucking A, I'd rather eat avocado for breakfast every day than bacon and eggs. It's general out of touch bullshit. Young people can can't afford houses and cars and get good paying jobs because they're too busy eating avocado on toast. Yeah. No, well, I mean, without going into too many details right now, I'm kind of going through that with my grandma, Stimmer. She's decided she wants to sell her house for, like, almost $2 million and is going to buy a one like bedroom house from the 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom house that she currently lives in. Buy a 1-bedroom, 1-floor house, and then spend the rest of the money that she would theoretically get from the sale renovating it, but like isn't going to get the money from that for renovating it because nobody's going to give her the money because she's not going to get even close to what she wants, which is kind of sad. But she's just going to spend and waste a shit ton of money on a new small house and then be in trouble in a couple of years. Let's follow this human carrying an anvil. With low cholesterol, you don't go crazy, but you love your bacon. I mean, I got no problems with cholesterol, but then again, I'm also 27, so I don't fucking know if I'll have problems with cholesterol for a bit. Nobody in my family has problems with cholesterol. Actually, I think my Oma did for a bit, but then the reason she was having problems with cholesterol was because she was literally freezing butter and then slicing it and putting it on her toast. Also, do you guys want to see a good boy? Where's a good boy? I should really stop just browsing Reddit while I'm streaming. This is bad. Got a bunch of dwarves slaughtering unicorns, and king and mayor don't want anything, so that's good. I mean, every generation fucks the world because every generation is different. Are you on Reddit at work? That's not safe for work, sir. I mean, it's better than on Twitter. God. But anyway, it's not even that each generation fucks the world. The generation is every generation just lives in a different world. So is it worse? Different? Yeah. But we get to figure out how to live in it, right? I mean, the generation before the one that most of our parents was in was very different as well. Before that was also very different. You have a good one. We'll see you when we see you, Aqua. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for getting a sub. Cheers. Slaughtering some unicorns. Oh, Mayor wants something. A vest. Let's make 30 cloth vests. One iron anvil. That's easy. Spring year 299. Hell yeah. Also, looks like retired Navy vet is ready for the new Matrix. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. As a streamer, I sometimes get jealous of other streamers' setups, and that setup makes me jealous. Also, chat investments are open. It's like seeing a guy live stream a game 5-6 days out of the week, 9 hours long, didn't happen. yeah, no, absolutely. Like you didn't get to watch me stream. You wouldn't have gotten to watch me stream. I mean, realistically, a few decades ago, I would probably have ended up working in some form of theater, public entertainment, or like radio or TV or something. if I was from like the 60s or 70s, I probably would have ended up in radio. That's probably what I would have aimed for and tried to get into. But, you know, streaming is something that you wouldn't have been able to watch 12 years ago, because this is a very new industry. I mean, live streams existed 12 years ago, but like not many people really making a living doing it. I remember it being like such a weird novelty that YouTubers would do live streams. Like, it was always like this weird event when like a streamer that I enjoyed watching was like, oh, they're gonna go do a live stream? Whoa. You know what I mean? It's like, and then there was like this weird period of time where like certain YouTubers were not allowed to stream anywhere except for YouTube. So there was like a bunch of big YouTubers that I used to watch that were all like really wanting to stream on Twitch or Ustream or all those other, or I think it was Justin TV at the time, or like owned 3D or that, and instead they were like locked into like the older YouTube contract where the only platform they were allowed to stream on was YouTube, and it was very annoying. It's a weird world, this one that I operate in as a job. It's a weird world. You know, I was talking about this with my dad a couple weeks ago, but what is something that exists now that you wouldn't have believed was going to exist like 20 years ago? Assuming you're older than that, or like a decade or two ago. What is something that exists that we have now that you wouldn't have believed was going to exist? Because if someone told me that electronic cars were actually a popular and usable thing like 15 years ago, I would have like chuckled and been like, nah. That or like the concept of being able to like live stream music to my phone, because I was still so deep in the like, oh, I need to like rip these CDs and then load them onto an MP3 player, which is kind of ironic that I comment on that being like old-fashioned and stuff, because like my my friend Kevin is like gone entirely back to CD ripping, Bo Burnham's thing. I haven't watched it, but I haven't watched it because I think it's gonna be too real. I know what it is though. Why do you ask? I haven't watched it because I think it would fuck me up in a not good way. I've seen like the trailer, but that's about it. Oh, also I kind of have a hard time watching incredibly wealthy people pretend to be somebody who is not incredibly wealthy. No, I didn't, because I haven't like watched his thing, so how could I quote something that I don't know that I'm quoting? I just simply said the same thing. It's not a quote if I don't know that it's a quote. I'm just talking. But what did I quote? I wouldn't even know. He passed away and he said he was an adult. Oh, like, you mean like, I mean, yeah, like talking, video calling with somebody when Skype was becoming a thing was the wildest shit. Like, I remember the first time I video chatted with somebody in Europe, it was one of the weirdest science fiction-y things I'd ever done. In 2019, you said we'd all be locked inside and he would just laughed at you. I mean, that's not what I said, but okay. But you tell me that I quoted a thing. I asked you what I quoted, and you can't even tell me the line that I quoted. So that's cool. Thanks, man. What are you hauling? Meat pots, gotcha. That's not what I said, though. Like, I never said that. What? I said a similar sentence, but that is not what I said. The only part of that sentence that I stated was, if you told me a year ago, which is a very common sentence. So no, I did not quote Bo Burnham. Not even close. It was long ago. First video call I had was with a friend of mine at the time that I was playing a lot of Counter-Strike with because we wanted to see if it worked. And it was very much a, oh shit, this does work. Whoa. Like, you know, you're like kids, basically. It's just very much this, whoa, weird, this actually works. Man. Anyway, let's just go back to not talking in video calls. Because for a while there, me and my friends, we used Skype because it was free, unlike Vent. Because we had to pay for Ventrilo servers, so we, rather than paying for rather than like convincing our mums to give us credit card numbers to be able to use Vent, we just transitioned entirely to Skype for a bit. What, using Skype? No, that was a horrible decision. We should have stuck with fucking Vent, but none of us had jobs, so. Skype was awful. I actually miss Vent. I miss how light Vent was. It's funny, like, I know some people who, like, look back fondly on, what's it called? Like TeamSpeak and shit. I hate TeamSpeak so fucking much. It was awful. But I loved Ventrilo. Ventrilo was great. Never had any lag problems with Ventrilo. Servers always worked. It was super light. It was a very small install. It didn't have unnecessary features. It was just voice chat, and that's all you fucking needed, and it was great. Wow, bow, bow. Bow, bow. Wow, bow, bow. I mean, Mumble was pretty bad, yeah, but did you ever use Raid Call? Or Overture? What was the other one? There's another one. It's like Prospector or something. There's another Discord competitor. And I remember because when I went to PAX East, the one time I went to PAX East, there was a dude who was like would point at anybody who had any kind of Twitch merch on and just be like, "Hey, do you stream? Would you like to partner with our voice chat service?" And they were shouting things like, "Can't get partnered with Discord? We'll work with you." And stuff like that. It was very strange. What the you know, I should. Do you think that Microsoft will copyright strike the Skype ringtone? Because if they don't, I should have that as a sound command. Just, not even just like much of it, just womp womp bump. Anybody want to give me $25 a month to get that as their sound command? Because that would be pretty great. Chat, would you rather have to listen to the Skype ringtone sound every day for the rest of your life, or the Jeopardy music every day for the rest of your life? Because I would take either of those over tinnitus, which I currently have. It's for a point of reference. There we go. Built up. Jeopardy, really? Jeopardy, man. I would take the. I would take Skype ringtone any day. I hate the Jeopardy music. I just think it's obnoxious. Done the job? Chad, can I get a big round of beers and rocks and stuff for our dude Pilot who successfully threw a muffin at his boss? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, right? It is done, meaning Pilot threw a muffin at his boss? Even if it's like an imaginary figurative muffin? Muffin's still muffin. So Pilot has now engaged hammock sit mode. Jesus, man! I thought you're supposed to save money for the next 2 weeks, right? And by save money, you mean chuck it straight at streamer? You're doing this backwards, man. Someone must be happy about quitting the job. All right, chat, hype train that. Come on, you guys can do it. Thank you very much for gifting the 20 pack. That's a lot of fucking subs, man. You even like caught a few people in the in there who I know for a fact normally sub with Prime, including this is a really good username, Comrade Chocobo. Hell yeah. Thank you very much for checking that. And to anybody who got caught in that wall of gift subs, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. It's always kind of startling when those just fly by at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's like, oh my god. Just queuing up all of these humps. But seriously, Pilot, thank you very much for doing that. Bringing us back up to 299 subs. My light goal for next month is getting back up to 400. But we'll see. I think maybe we can pull that off at some point, but thank you very much, seriously. You mad lad. Oh, you guys want to see something my mom got me? That's cool. Since beer's in the chat. 8 new first-time access to good beers. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. My mom gave me a gift the other day. Hold on. This is a bottle of Golden Elf beer, because it's spruce ale. And I also have this. It's a raspberry dark beer. Very tasty. From a very nice brewery called The Bakery. This is like bottle of wine territory for beer. All right, let me go put these back. But yeah, no, I'm not cracking either of those open right now, just to be clear. Those are being saved, I think. Because those are fancy. That's a brewery where you can basically only buy their stuff in their brewery. Like, you can't usually get it any other way. Yeah. If anybody's curious. Tis this place. I like that they number all their batches, though. That's one of my favorite things about them. Is that they number every single one of their batches so you know how many batches of it they've made total. There's a thing on their website that says like how many bottles is in each batch, and you can get the bottle number if you check the barcode. It's actually kind of really neat. I find that stuff very entertaining. But yeah, no, that's probably the when people comment that craft beer is for hipsters, that's probably the most hipster brewery I know of. That one's like the most far gone when it comes to weird beer. Easily the most far gone. Like their for example, the what is it called? The apricot sunrise sour it looks and tastes just like apricot juice. Like it's not even like recognizable as a beer. A lot of their beers aren't even recognizable as a beer, actually. Like nothing about this tastes like beer. And Anton, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. Big thank you. Cheers. Enjoy another month of ad-free viewing. That also means that the first one wasn't a mistake, which is generally a good thing. Chat, can I get a couple more beers? I know you guys just posted a lot, and we're probably pretty tipsy still. I'm a little spacey today. It's not optimal, but here we are. Although I'll be honest, I've been kind of spacey all week. Just not had a lot of energy recently. Changing of the seasons, you know? Does weird things to the body. Also, good news, I'm seeing less puke. Every year I'm seeing less puke. This is a good thing. Means the dwarfs are vomiting slightly less than they have been previously. Unicorn liver roast. I'm so excited. It sounds delicious. Kind of surprised I haven't had more dwarves lock themselves in places. Now, I know people always ask me this question, and my response is always games that are already out. But are any games coming out soon or that got announced recently that you're interested in, chat? Kind of peeking around for games that aren't out yet that are coming soon that maybe I should be keeping an eye on. Currently, I'm just sitting around and patiently waiting for the next Jupiter Hell patch. Not like hotfix patch, but like full-size real patch. Because currently they're still very much on like the hotfix size patch. Because I'm just hoping that maybe next year we'll get a release date for the sequel to Brigador. Maybe next year? Maybe? That's maybe a request that I could make. Also, something that I've been kind of watching is Ultimate ADOM is out of early access, right? Got a bunch of players for a few days, and it's dropping off pretty quick. Not a bunch, but like some players for a few days, and it's been dropping off pretty quick. But the original ADOM has had a massive spike in players because of Ultimate ADOM, which I think is really funny. Like, a lot more people have been playing OG ADOM on Steam since the announced, or since all of the Ultimate ADOM stuff has happened, which I think is quite funny. People are going back. The original's a much better game. I'm wondering if there's any unnamed dwarves. Currently, there's one unnamed dwarf, but they're kind of a basket case, and they are a merchant, so they're not even a permanent fixture in the fortress. If you would like a dwarf in the forts, you kind of got to wait around. I have no idea when the next child's going to happen. We do have a few younger married couples in the fort, but they're pretty few and far between, so we don't generally get new dwarves every stream. If you leave a comment on one of the VODs, I'll do my best to get you in at some point, but like I don't currently have any children available now. It's quite difficult because like, you know, most forts in DF like are constantly bringing in new dwarves, but because like, you know, we got 36 and including the merchants we have 42. So not your thing. You know what's weird about the Ultimate ADOM art is like, hold on. Like this is ADOM, right? This is what ADOM looks like. It's like these big sprites. Looks real nice. They're all hand-drawn sprites. They're super thick and chunky looking. They're super cartoony and nice looking. But then like you look at Ultimate ADOM and it's like, and it's just, there's something about this same art style in 3D that just looks weird. I don't know. It doesn't work for me. I don't know what it is, but it's not bad. It's just not great, you know? Like, it's not bad, it's just not great. I wish it was better. Although, I've heard through the grapevine in a few places that Ultimate ADOM probably won't get a huge amount of support now that it's out. Or out, I guess. But Zindros, regardless though, thank you very much for watching the YouTube playlist. It's been a fascinating period of time for me as a streamer watching people start watching my VODs of things, because I've streamed for a very long time, and I've been on Twitch for a very, very, very long time, but I've never really had much of a YouTube following ever for anything. And I've been running this one fort for a whole year now. Over a year, in fact. And it's kind of neat seeing part 1 have like 12,000 views. Somewhat like what feels like pretty naturally, just kind of on its own time. That's a very new experience for me, so that's very interesting. And there we go, building more walls. Are you guys both going to cancel them? Because I think you're both building underneath each other's feet. Yep, they both canceled. Excellent. Well, one of them did. That's typical dwarves. All right, let's go up here. Although, let's suspend that one and dump this boulder out of here, because I really don't want there to be any boulders in these. I want to build this wall. Imagine trying to build a brick wall, and then your friend is just trying to build the same brick wall, but underneath where you're standing. That's basically what they're doing. Try your luck at a dwarf. Oh, fair enough. You know, as you're only on episode 6. Well, you got a long way to go. Although I'll say this before you do vanish. I usually upload 1 to 3 new episodes per week, or new streams of this per week. So as long as you can like get down like 3 or 4 streams a week, you will actually catch up. But good luck. I will say there's also kind of a bit in there between about episode 30 and episode like 70 where not a lot happens. It's just kind of me rambling, but best of luck. It's a long series. Longdeath YouTube speedrun any percent? I mean, in order to watch it all, wouldn't that literally be like, you have to just put it at 3 times speed? That would be like, still like 200 hours. I learned recently that there is more Longdeath content on YouTube than there is Star Trek Next Generation TV show. It takes longer to watch all of Longdeath than it does to watch Star Trek by like 5 times, which is kind of crazy to me. But yeah, enjoy the YouTube stuffs. For some reason, I thought you said you were going to bed, Animal. Did I make that up in my brain, or did you give up? Okay, maybe I made that up. Maybe you saying goodnight to someone made me think that you were going to bed. Weird. You been watching on phone while playing games? Yeah, I mean, I've had it's funny because I've had some people say this over the months. I only know a handful of people who've actually managed to like watch the whole thing and catch up, but and then move on to the stream. But I know a few people who've given up too. But I've had some people refer to it as like a podcast, and like they treat it like a podcast, which is just like, oh, it's just a 7-hour podcast of my dumb face on a screen with Dwarf in the background. And weird co-host that you can't hear because it's called chat. When will I start season 2? Once the Steam version's out. I'm not starting over when the Steam version comes out, to be clear. I don't really have any aspirations of starting this series over. But I would be... You could convince me to do this a second time. I'll put it that way. You could indeed convince me to do this a second time. I mean, we're going to need something to get us through the long wait. Because, you know, it's not like I'm going to stop streaming DF after the Steam version releases, and we're going to have to wait for the Magic patch somehow. So, how else am I going to do that? We'll have to do it in the second season. Absolutely. I like the way you think. I probably would, Mr. Tamika. I probably would. I didn't migrate to the last version, but I would migrate to a new version probably. Or at least I would look into it. I kind of want to see what this fortress would look like in the Steam version. More than anything. But regardless, whenever the Steam version launches, if this fortress is done or not, if it's not migratable, I will go back to the old version to play it. God damn, I feel like crap today. You know, it's kind of funny. I put up that 2020 recap video at the beginning of January this year, and I started getting comments on it going, it's almost 2021. What they don't know is that I've already like halfway finished my 2021 Dwarf Fortress recap video. I've almost finished it. I started making it at the beginning of the year. Which means if all goes well, I will literally have a 2021 recap video up on like close to the first day of the year. Hi, Cursed. How's things? You're going ahead to bed now. You have good night's sleep. Best of luck with your lava drainage, Tamika. But how's things, Cursed? How's your day been? What you gonna play? It's been half an hour since you posted and haven't been kicked from work chat yet. Got a lot of farewells and good conversations from teammates and even one team lead, but no boot yet. Have you exchanged any phone numbers with old teammates, or is that just gonna be a nah? Basically, what I'm asking is, are you gonna try and stay friends with any of the people you're working with, or is it just a peace? Bye, guys. Hate you all. Have a good one. See you again, never. You got a few numbers, and yours will still be where people can grab it if they want. You know, it's kind of funny. I gave my phone number to a couple old coworkers at my old job, and one of them said that they would reach out to hang out, and never did. And to this day, I'm still kind of going like, typical. Fucking. Nobody actually wants to be my friend. Yeah, a lot of stuff building. So did they just like when you quit the job, did they just like boot you from the Slack channel and then you're just done? We only want to pay, give you money. We only want to pay, give you money. What? What are you trying to say? Even with even with the spelling error correction, I still don't know what you're trying to say. Also, chat, Pilot, I realize that you've gifted 20 subs now, but just a reminder, September starts tomorrow. So grab your gim suits, subs will be cheaper. Doms rejoice, it's September. Brain dead? Yeah, me new. Me too. That wasn't even intentional. Me knew that your brain was dead. Me knew that your brain was dead. That is... I feel like I should go to prison for that one. That one is terrible. Get down there, King. Go build us a wall. Wait. Also, you grabbed the wrong freaking block. What? Buddy. Yep, we still get the same amount. Also, Bezos is not Amazon's CEO anymore. But yeah, we still get the same amount. It's 20% off on gifted subs, if I'm not mistaken. Oi, Dwarf. Get out of there. Okay. I love that dwarves are not supposed to be able to build diagonally until they just don't give a shit. It's like, Dwarf, you're not supposed to be able to build diagonally. And then they just build diagonally because they don't care. It's like, dwarves never build diagonally until they just decide that, oh, now I can build diagonally. Why? Because there's something in the way. Time to die. You're a squug. Oh, you're a throne. A nuclear throne? Hey, squug. What's up? How's things? Is that my king? It is my fucking king. That's the second time during this construction thing that the king has, like, walled himself in into the fucking, like, pump stack tower. Man, if I got 45.95 every single time my brain was dead, I would be rich. But so would every other stoner in the entire planet. King, my dude, you can leave anytime you want. Whenever you want, you can leave. There you go. Yeah, fucking moron. All right. I mean, we are making good progress, though. We're all the way up to layer 102. We started on layer 125. All in one day. The actual tedious part is going to be constructing the pump stack up above ground. What's up, Valving? Just listening to Soviet France. The noise of choice, well, not really, it's more ambient, but the ambient music of choice I've been listening to is Muslim Gauze. Kind of annoying to find on the internet, though. I'm working on a project right now. I am building a pump stack to fill up my giant lava bong. What Soviet France album? For Muslim Gauze? Hold on, I need to look up the album artwork.
Many people ask me, Nikita, we will be the blin.
Ryan. Stone. How is you? How you is Doobie? Ryan, recommend some Not harsh noise, but like Soviet France style noise. Stoned, excellent, as you should be. The problem with Muslim Gauze is there's 90 original albums. So it's like, which is the one that I like? This is the one that I listen to. Or that I like listening to, rather. Well, the problem with Muslim Gauze is, like, he didn't live for very long. He died pretty young. But he released music under about 4 different names. And each one released about 20 albums. So it's kind of tricky to find. Also, none of them are in English, so I can't pronounce any of them. But it's very, very similar to Soviet France. If you like Soviet France, you'll also like Muslim Gauze. And then there's the problem of its noise, so it's like I know the name, but I wouldn't describe myself as a fan, no. It's like that one guy, like Zivax or whatever, who's got like 150 albums. It's like trying to keep track of. I have enough trouble keeping track of jazz LPs that I like. I mean, that's not a bad thing. You make it. Most people make noise. I have like love-hate relationship with noise. I'll really enjoy it for a little bit, and then I'll really hate it, and there's like no in between. You use our RYM to help catalog what you like. I use my brain and my physical record collection to categorize what I like. If I can't remember it, then I obviously didn't like it enough to continue listening to it. Yeah, I listened to it when you sent it to me. Why do you ask? I generally listen to stuff when you send it to me, Ryan. Oh, speaking of stuff. Rhinestone, sir, this is your fault. This. Completely your fault. Then they can't be your favorite artists if you forget them. I believe it. Valerie, I believe it. Never had problems with such things, so can't exactly relate. Gun says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Small amount of wood. And gold bars, brass, and electrum. You have a Philly cheesesteak to devour? That sounds delicious. And on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. It's good to see that you haven't gone back to prison. Also, my dwarves in this fort pulled a very American. They elected a dwarf that was currently in prison as mayor. So, one of my dwarves went to prison and then immediately got elected to mayor. I think it was 2, right? Yes. All right. Seems good. See, generally, because like most of the music I listen to is in my physical collection, right? Like I use Spotify and other things, but like generally the music I listen to is my physical records. So if I like something, I do my best to purchase it. So because of that, I'm very in touch with what I like, you know? If I don't like something, I won't purchase it. So if I don't like something enough to purchase it, I generally don't remember it. And I generally know exactly what my favorite music is. Also, investments are open. Investor tickets, if you would like. I'm going to do that, and then the rest of you guys are going to lose tickets, and then I'm going to scream rigged and laugh. If you bought every album you would adore, you would have spent 80,000 on records. Is that a problem? Episode 32 of Longdeath, it's not there? Yeah, it is. Is it just not in the playlist? Yeah, it looks like it's not in the playlist. I'll fix that. I mean, I don't buy every record I adore, but I remember every record I adore. But then again, I also have like a freakishly photographic memory to the point where I wish that my memory was worse. Just doing YouTube things in the background, fixing that playlist. Yeah, it's definitely up. It's just not in the playlist apparently. But I'm fixing that. Hold up. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's not in the playlist. Every now and again, there will be like a video that someone will be like, yo, this isn't in the playlist. And usually it's because like I accidentally removed it or something. 36, 35, 34, 33. Yeah, there it is. Done. Fixed. It's back. You know what happens when I click it? I get IP blocked. So. See, I don't consider things perfect. I've never listened to an album that I consider to be near perfect. Yeah, no, my my website or my browser claims that that is an unsafe website. Am I using a VPN? Fuck no. Why would I use a VPN? I like to stream at Twitch at decent quality, not like super packet droppy. But I don't consider me not being able to see your collection a big deal. Maybe just use Discogs instead. The terms would still be visible in your mind. I used to convince people that I was cheating at tests because I would just like stare at the page for a couple of minutes and then just like walk into a different room and use that. But well, I mean, that's a site that works, but I'm also not going to go through your list of near 1,000 perfect albums. Then why did you link it? If you're saying good. Proof of concept? I don't understand what you're on about now. Not one word. Also, good wins, Cursed and Darren. Rip everybody else. I mean, I clearly don't, because I don't actually know what you're talking about right now. Implying I know what it you're talking about is. How can I know how it is if I don't even know what you're talking about? Why did I read that as $100 tacos? Have a good dollar taco, man. Is that because it's Tuesday? Valerie, I don't know if you're doing this intentionally, but everything that you're saying makes me want to time you out because it's driving me bonkers because you're just like explaining the most simplistic, no shit, Sherlock, thanks for sharing statements, and it's really fucking annoying. Like, don't take that personally, but it's just like, Jesus. It's like, do you want to have a conversation or do you want to just be the most annoying person? No, I'm not the last thing that you said. It's the, oh, you know how it is. Yes, exactly. It's like, what are you even fucking talking about? None of that makes any sense to me. It's like, if you don't expect somebody to read something, why did you link it? Is what I was asking. You're just like, yes, exactly. It's like, what? Oh, that's why my keyboard wasn't working, because I had caps lock hit. What am I doing? You ready to trade yet? Peter, get your ass down here, damn it. Peter, who was mayor for like a minute. Then got unelected for a dwarf that was actively in prison. I'm expecting a not real answer once again. Trying to decide what I want to play this evening, chat. Because, we're in midsummer of the year 299. Think about maybe doing another couple games of Conquest of Elysium. What do you guys think? When did I think I was... when did I imply that I thought you were making up a random number? I think it's insane that you think so many albums are perfect. But then again, my musical education wrecks my ability to think that music is perfect. Man, I didn't think that you were making up a random number. Not even close. Oh shit, never mind. Peter's mayor again. Huh. Well, I guess they removed Tiny Goliath from office, I suppose. Also, I'm going to put Tiny Goliath back as the militia commander. Well, if you get easily impacted, you shouldn't stand in front of trains. Ah! That will keep you a lot more stable and on your feet, but then you'd be hit by a horse, so. Moving away from tracks now. Just keep an eye for the walk signals and you're good. You're supposed to make bad jokes here? You're supposed to pay for the right to make bad jokes here, so it's 100 bits per bad joke. Go nuts. Do it. Or don't. Smile. It's either that or just calm down, Dad. You've paid enough in advance for bad jokes. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think that the $25 a month subscription like should earn you like at least 2. You see, exactly. You're paying for the right to boo at me and scream cheese for everyone, and something is the best game ever made, and Flubber Dubber Dagus and all that crap. That's what you've prepaid for. You just gotta like rattle them off faster than I can, and that's a challenge. What?
Bring out your dead!
Who's dead though?
Flubber Dubber Dagus?
They do be dead though. Flubber Dubber Daggy Diggus, yes. In order to just simply exist, because Hazaza is the walking impersonation of a bad joke, Hazaza would have to cheer 100 bits and just to show up. I mean, you know, I'm kind of surprised that Twitch doesn't have that as a feature. You know, we have sub-only chats. Why don't they have like a pay-to-enter chat? Like, why doesn't that exist? Like, we have we can do... Believe it or not, Twitch has a feature that you may not have remembered, which is, you can do sub-only streams on Twitch. Literally, when no one ever does, but you can. Biddy-only chat, yeah. I'd call it an itty-bitty chat, because there would be nobody there talking. Everybody would just be like, I have to pay money for this shit? Fuck off, mate. It's just sub-only with extra steps. Yeah, kind of. Emote only chat for when you really hate yourself? I mean, what's wrong with emote only chat? You can still beer. I love if you squint your ears, you can hear Tynan kind of focusing. If you squint your ears, you can hear Tynan kind of focusing to say it right. Animal, are you okay? Because you know that his name's Tarn, not Tynan, right? Tynan's the Rimworld guy. I realized that, you know, Tynan Sylvester was so dedicated to cloning RimWorld, he changed his name to something that sounded sort of like Tarn Adams, but with more steps, aka more syllables. But, you know. Also, yes, how does one squint ears? I would love to know this. Is that like when a dog lifts its ears up to like listen a little more intently? You know what I mean? When like they kind of like move their ears? Squinting your ears is like your ears just like perk up. It's like, boing! I am become elf. Bluggaduggaduggadingus. Tiny man is RimWorld man. Biggie man is Dwarf man. Wait, that's actually kind of backwards sounding. Also, the humans are almost saying my. My. Let's go down. And continue building the pump stuck. Pump stuck, the best way to get out of a stucky situation. Also probably better writing than Homestuck. And I think that's the last one. Nope. And there we go. That's as high as we've gone. HR just tagged in the... Oh, so you just got tagged by the owner of the company in HR? Are you please tell me you're just like in there posting Rick Roll memes or something. Just like, I'm out, guys. Bye. So long. Farewell. Elfida saying goodbye. I like the fact that like you need to get tagged by a mod at work so that they can remove you from the Slack. Based on what you've heard, imagine like anime fans that are obnoxious that are painting themselves gray and getting paint everywhere. That's Homestuck, and that's all that you really need to know. It's written by the roommate of the person who made Undertale. And half of it doesn't work anymore because half of it's Flash. And I think it's owned by Dark Horse now, which is weird. But it's a webcomic. There's not really much to it aside from that. It's just a webcomic. You know, I kind of want you to see, like, time yourself on how long it takes them to remove you from the company Slack, just for, like, you know, speedrun prep pilot for when you, like, you know, want to get your the get booted from company Slack speedrun world record. It's probably pretty easy to do that, actually. But from what I can tell, you ain't winning any world record speedruns. Chad, have you ever seen somebody quit their job, and what's the best way you've seen someone quit their job? So it should be soon from HR. We've heard that we are not paying you anymore, so get the fuck out. As I was joking earlier about pilot should throw a muffin at his boss. But the reason I said that was I used to, back when I first got the job at fast food, one of like the first 4 or 5 shifts, I worked this one shift with this girl named Leah, and she was very pregnant at the time, like 8 months pregnant. And she was working in the drive-thru, and this dude called her a fat bitch in the drive-thru. And she proceeded to, like, from like the main counter area in the drive-thru, and she proceeded to just reach into the display case and grab a muffin, and these muffins are sprayed with hairspray, so they're like rocks, basically, and just turned around and just beamed the guy in the back of the head with his muffin. Just like fucking baseball hucked it and just smacked him in the back of the head with it. And he turns around and starts cussing her out. And he's like, I want to speak to your manager. And then the boss that we had at the time came up front and was like, what the fuck? And like yelled at her. And then she grabbed another one, threw it at my boss, and smacked him at the side of the head. And he just looks at her and goes, you're fucking fired. You know that, right? And she goes, fuck you too. And walks out into the lobby and throws another muffin at somebody who walked out the back door. And then got her job back in 6 months. She was like, interesting person. Fucking Hitman. Kinda. Although they weren't homing muffins. And she didn't kill any of the 3 people that she threw muffins at. Now, if she one-tap killed them, then it would be Hitman 2. Although maybe that would be Hitman 3, because there'd be 3 of them. And it is manager at Cake saying sorry for your loss. I told my manager of that job when I finally quit, good luck replacing me. And as of the last time I checked, they still hadn't found a replacement for me. And I checked a year ago. And I've been out of that job now for about 3. I mean, Hitman 2 has my favorite, like, or maybe, I can't remember which Hitman is, but Hitman has my favorite video of any video game in the past couple of years. Which is this one. This is maybe my favorite video game video just ever. Because this is way too perfect. It's way too perfect. Yeah. It's brilliant. It's wonderful. Wonderful. Abso-fucking-lutely wonderful. In other news, there is a Humble Bundle right now. That is the Humble Stealth Bundle. That is a link that gives me money. But that includes Hitman and Hitman 2. As well as Heat Signature, Echo, Ghost of a Tale, Styx, and Origami. It's a very good deal. Mine with the 23rd month.
Whoop.
Whoop. Back at you. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for 23 months from Mind? Thanks for sticking around and continuing to support the streams and all that jazz and nonsensical bullshit. I'll say Prismatic. I hope you're well. Good work on the solar mapping, by the way. I feel like I haven't been doing enough in that room recently, but I do read everything that people post. I've just been like super burnt recently. I need like 3 days off, and I'm trying to figure out when I can do that. I'm gonna try and do that sometime in September. Your quit post got deleted. Banned. Why did they delete your quit post? Muffin chucking is up there. I feel like muffin chucking is like a slang term for puking. You actually knew a person who got fired in negative time. He passed all the hiring stuff and was about to get hired, but managed to insult the hiring person, and they refused to sign the hiring paperwork. Really? Wow. From what I can tell, Pilot's job's just gone down the shitter recently, and Pilot has another job lined up, so. Just kind of makes sense. You became a dad a couple of days ago? Damn. I completely understand. Well, I mean, I don't, but I do understand the being tired all the time. I have no idea what it's like to have a child, and I will just say absolute hats off to you because you are 1,000 times braver than I will ever be. Oh, so they deleted it because you said that management was being shitty? Well, I mean, that makes sense. Chat, can I get a correct congratulations for Mind, who's now a dad? Mind now actually has a license to make dad jokes. I mean, never stops me, but you're not kicked yet. Why didn't they kick you? Like they deleted your post. Why not kick you? Maybe you still have paperwork that you need to sign. Are you just like amused and just watching the work chat because they haven't booted you yet? Haz, I think Mind might need 2 of those. But I do hope you get some sleep at some point, Mind. Maybe you can leave kid with relatives soon. And just like vamos. Just quito it. There was a Reddit post a little while ago, which was just an Ask Reddit post, and it was just, what's your first thought when you hear the term having kids? And the first response was, I'll never financially recover from this. That's literally the first post was, I will never financially recover from this. Kids scare me, but probably like the most interactive pet you'll ever have, I would assume. System is also filing apart, so they may or may not be able to... Huh. That seems suboptimal, having people that no longer work at your company still in your public chat. Or in your work group chat. That seems super suboptimal. No, making the baby is the fun part. It's keeping the baby alive. That's not fun. That's difficult, you know? Because babies are just like walking suicide machines. They just want to die. No matter what you do, the baby just wants to die. Babies are just like dwarves, essentially. They really, really, really want to die. They're probably likely focusing on... Yeah, true. And also, you did say that there was a bit of like a clusterfuck going on and a bit of an exodus, so... Yeah, they might just have not gotten to you yet. Hello, B-Lug. How is yours doing? Constructing walls from the looks of things. You're frustrated after being unable to acquire anything for too long and you want to practice martial art. Well, you are a merchant, so you can't practice a martial art. You seem pretty fine, though, aside from that. 131 years old. Getting up there. Keeping the baby alive is surprisingly accurate. I mean, every single... Like, I know a few people who've had kids, right? And every single one of them are just like, having kids is easy. Keeping the baby from killing itself is the hard. It is hard. But be like, we're all congratulating Mind, who's become a dad recently. And probably hasn't slept since. Have a good one. We'll see you when we see you, Animal. Good night. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-dum. Also, I don't know if FG really wants me linking this, but yeah, I won't link it yet. But tomorrow, FG, my teammate, actually, here, fuck it, I'll just link it, is gonna be doing a live stream for LGBT Foundation, because tomorrow is supposed to be, or actually I think today technically was supposed to be, a Twitch blackout where some people are refusing to stream because Twitch is apparently doing a bad job moderating things. And instead of, like, you know, not streaming, the better thing to do is to just raise some money for charity against the people that are going around harassing people. So people are going around attacking minorities on Twitch using bots, and the actual way to do that, to avoid it, is to just keep streaming and just say, hey, let's raise some money for charity. So tomorrow we're going to be raising some money for charity, helping FG. I won't have a big fancy overlay or anything, but there will be links in the chat and a panel down beneath the stream, and encourage people, donate some money. So there's the link early if you want it, but I know that we just did a big charity stream here the other day, but this is kind of a last minute thing. But we'll be helping FG with that tomorrow. More than 3 hours in a row since the 25th. Well, as long as you're sleeping 3 hours more than once a day. Otherwise, like, you got to keep the baby from dying. But like, try and sleep in shifts or something. Like, I'm sure you can hold out. You'll make it. Eventually, you'll get to a point where you can sleep for 4.5 hours in a row. I don't know. How many diapers have you had to change since the 25th? Mind? I mean, we got hit by those bots. This channel did. And, honestly, I don't care as much as some people do. Like, I have a pretty thick skin when it comes to bot raids because, like, I streamed on Twitch in 2013. I remember when Twitch was a lot worse. I used to get, like, straight up illegal material raids from 4chan in this channel. Like, I've been hit with significantly worse than those raids, but people expect Twitch to be a higher standard than it used to be. And, that's fair because Twitch used to have pretty low standards. But Twitch is a lot better than it used to be, so that's kind of the point of view I see it from. But, still kind of got to throw a middle finger at those pieces of shit regardless. Mine probably stopped counting. True. Baby shit quite a bit. $40 to $50? Okay, I didn't realize they shit that much. That's like every other hour. Good lord. But, yeah. Every third hour after they get fed? I mean, that just means they got a metabolism that works, so I guess that's good. Means baby's working as advertised. Baby, take your food and deposit poop in diaper. And then complain until you clean it, and then they do it again. And at some point, you will be able to tell a grown-ass adult, I used to clean your shit! I like the word feeded. So once every 3 to 4 hours. Wow. Yeah, I guess there isn't really a lot of space inside of baby, so stuff go in baby, come out baby pretty quick. Your mother never tells you that she used to clean your shit up? Well, I'm my mom's only son, so I guess by default I'm the favorite one. I'm the only kid in the family that hasn't moved really far away. So I'm definitely the kid my parents see the most. Because I live a short drive away. My older sister lives on Vancouver Island, which is a boat trip or a plane away. And my little sister lives in Quebec, which is further away than, moving all the way across a continent for some continents. Also, trying to decide if baby pictures would be a legitimate thing to post in the post pet pictures. Now I'm wondering. Yeah, I don't think I would complain if people posted baby pictures. I'm not saying you need to post baby pictures. I'm just saying I don't think I'd complain if somebody posted baby pictures in the post pets room, because it kind of is for posting pets, right? You know what? Past it. Have a good nap. What they don't tell you is the first baby shit they stream out is like oh, I know that actually. Yeah. Yeah, I've been told that, or rather, my mom told me that at one point. What if you cleaned your own shit as a baby? I mean, I would believe that you're that flexible. Haz. I would believe that you are that flexible. But it's fine. She is so cute. You die of cute overload. You know, I sometimes wonder, are babies cuter after you've had one? Because, like, they're kind of cute. But snakes are cuter. You know? Pretzel baby. I was going to say baby centipede, but, you know. Yeah, that's the gist that I get. It's like, people think that their own babies are adorable, and I'm always like, I mean, I've seen babies before. They all just kind of look the same to me. But then again, I'm like, I'm a single dude, so what do I know about whether or not a baby's cute? Most other babies are kind of meh. I wonder if there's like a rate my baby website. It's like rate my baby on a scale out of cute. There's probably a subreddit for that, actually. It's like having a kitten that has no fur on it. That will hopefully help you pay rent one day. Must resist Googling. Why? The latest report was about some adventurer who brought many kids along. And they had to abort as they... Wait, what? Oh, you're talking about DF. Sorry, I missed the first half of that spewer. Talking about babies in DF and Steam. No. We're talking about human babies. Because Mind76 in chat had a daughter recently. They said she, so. In the history of the game, there were many attempts to weaponize babies and kids. I mean, yes. Yes. Kids can be very dangerous in DF. They're also very effective shields. I had a mom, not in this fort, but in a previous fort, thwack a were creature with her daughter and won. You got kicked? Did you actually have to say anything to get kicked, or did you just get kicked? So what's the plan for the rest of your day then, pilot? Now that you are officially unemployed. Just kicked? Aww. You didn't get to say, fuck you! Also, please do me a huge favor, Mind. Please don't play me on speakers around your child once they start to learn to speak, because I will teach them all of the bad words. I've talked about this many times before, but one of the greatest things I ever did was back when I back when I went to church begrudgingly. I taught Sunday school briefly, or was a Sunday school teacher's assistant briefly, and I taught one of the little. This is probably why I was briefly. I taught one of the little boys who was like 4 or 5 how to spell the word fart, and he just took a pen and just started writing the word fart on everything. Like he just like ran up to this one girl's work and just wrote the word fart on it when she like got up and wasn't working on it and came back and just started crying. He like wrote it on every like whiteboard he could find and like started like graffitiing it on like tablecloths and napkins and stuff, and then he got grounded. And then he got really mad at me because he got grounded. I'm like, well, I mean, you're learning the power of language and then thus the consequences of language. I think I gave him a valuable life lesson. But you can link your Insta picture if anyone wants. If you have if you want to just link a link in chat, go nuts. I don't actually think I can look at Instagram. I think I can. Is Instagram still locked? I don't have an Instagram account, so. Because I refuse to have accounts for anything that Facebook works under. I won't put this up on stream, though. That is cute, baby. I understand why you die from cute overload. That is cute, baby. Probably makes pretty effective stink bombs. You got told off for using the word butt before? Really? Man. Well, I mean, I think like that kid got in more trouble for just writing it on everything. More so than like, just running around and like teaching a kid how to say the word farts or write the word farts not that bad. But like, I think he got in more trouble for writing it on everything than just using the word. But that is cute, baby. Can confirm. You got in trouble for saying flipping in an obvious context. Why would you get in trouble for saying flipping? I mean, I guess like, okay, so let's talk about bad words for a second here. I don't understand why so many people replace the word fuck with heck. Can somebody explain that to me? Because when you take a bad word, right, you remove it from the sentence and you replace it with a different word, eventually that different word gains the meaning of the bad word, right? No, heck started off as fuck. No, I've seen people starting to call hell heck. But, or just like replacing various curse words with the word heck. But like, that was the initial spot. People started to say that instead of the word fuck. Doesn't heck just gain that meaning over time eventually? Like, isn't that just how language works? Like, I don't understand why people are so careful to not say that word. I refuse to say anything lower than hell. Da heck. Speaking of da heck, Zycrom, thanks for the bzzz. I mean, raid. Thank you very much for bringing your hive over, honey. And I'm running out of bee puns. That was quick. I'm going to have to bear up to the occasion of you being such a bumbling raid. I think Zycrob's already left because of how many fucking puns I've thrown into the chat in the last minute. Language never changes. No, words never gain new meanings. No, never. These puns sting. You're right. Damn, that was the one that I missed. Fuck. I need to rewatch the bee movie. I mean, I do like jazz, and it's hip to fuck bees. Anyway, Zycrom, thanks for the raid. What were you playing today? Were you playing more the Conquest of Elysium? I want to say Call of Elysium. I think that's a different thing. That's what I'm going to be playing in about 25 minutes here, props. Yeah, man, as they say. I was originally thinking about playing Cogmind, but like I've just kind of decided that Cogmind hurts my eyes still. It's better, but it's so much fucking work. Also, I'm thinking about doing RPGs for next month. That was foul. That was enough foul punnery. Well, I'm happy to have punned you into the ground. You know, they say that I would win an Olympic gold medal for punting. Those are all the puns I can tell. I was gonna troll King and try and acquire all of the mushrooms. That's just the sheer number of corpses is super fun. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I've been thinking about going around with Troll King and Troll Mom. But, you know, now that I actually understand how the game works. But it's funny. I said I was getting hungry and it was lunchtime like 2 hours ago. It's interesting that swear words in the USA are often sexual in nature, but here in Sweden, it's most references to religious things like Satan and stuff like that. You want to know why it is? It's literally because people who went and inhabited the States were religious zealots, and they got booted out of Europe because they were so fucking weird. It was like Quakers and shit, right? So they're God-fearing, sex-fearing babies. Kobolds, that works. So because of that, it's like the scariest thing for the original God-fearing Americans is what's in between your legs. I mean, I don't blame them. But also, Lump, how you doing? How's things? Also, Zycrom, I would bet that I'm probably the only person on Halcyon Frequency that you could raid and get that many bad puns in a row. Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't ever look down. You know. Meanwhile, I still have Banana for Scale open in a different tab. Now I want to find out how much mine's newborn weighed in Banana. Also, for reference, this is what I'm talking about. Also, the humans have arrived to drop off their shipments of new things. 3.67 kilograms. All right, let's see what 3.67 kilo is in nanner. Kilogram. I said 3.67. All right, so 3.67. That's 5.7. 6.7. 3.67 kilograms in bananas is okay. So your newborn weighed 30.583 bananas, according to bananaforscale.com. This is 30.53. 30.583. Now you can tell the doctor that next time you see them, and they'll be confused. 10.7. Jeez, that's a big baby. That's big baby. Copper whip. They brought us a quacker. Look at that. Would that be a fair trade? I mean, eating a bunch. Okay, also 10.7. 0.7. 10.7 pounds. One second, Navy. I'll get you in a second. Your baby, that was 10.7 pounds in bananas, was 40.45 bananas in weight in the official Banana for Scale under mass website. Anyway, retired Navy vet, thank you very much for the 6 month and obviously the ridiculous amount of support you've thrown at the stream over the past 6 months. Thanks for continuing to watch and hang out. Also, dude, that's you look ready for the Matrix with your new setup upgrades. Have you sat there and done the blonde, brunette, blonde thing yet? Because here, I'll show you. I'll show you what I'm talking about for sanity's sake. Check this out. Hell of a badass setup. I need to get one of those lights. Because mine's getting kind of shit. Although, to be fair, the light that I'm using as lighting in this room was about $6. So, I'm not surprised it's starting to die. It's just it's just a little USB ring light. Nothing fancy. Bought it for a couple bucks. Fruit steals the potassium, the peels over, and then it gotcha. They're bright. Yeah, no, absolutely. You have to turn them down or like point them at a wall, right? Like my light isn't pointed at me; it's pointed directly at a beige-colored wall, and it's reflecting back at me. $6 for about a year of okay-ish light. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say so. Pilot. Zycrom, we'll see you when we see you. Thank you very much for hanging out in the raid. Base, my dude. For a while, they were super expensive because of all the office folks only working out. I don't know. Let's look. Oh, $45 for 2. Not too bad. Although these are just like Amazon basics ones. I mean, I know almost every streamer that I know who either wears glasses or has crappier eyes points their lighting either at the ceiling or at the wall behind them. Unless they have a green screen and they need the direct light. Almost every streamer that I know that uses key lights point them at a wall instead of staring directly at them because like it is exhausting to look directly at a light. Baby says, okay. So that means feed baby or that means baby poop and baby need poop removed. Regardless, you have good time caring for your new pet. Cheers, man. And thanks for sharing. All right, let's work on this pump stack. Let's just use up all of this that I can for right now. Also, chat investments are open. My king would like a ballista arrow. And construct buildings. Managing the reflections off of glasses must suck too. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Although I get reflections in my glasses sometimes, and there's like not much I can do about it. There's just straight up not much I can do about it, and I just kind of accept it. I just got a follower on Reddit, and I'm really confused because I didn't realize you were able to follow people on Reddit. Very confused about this. Why did somebody follow me on Reddit? What does that benefit you? I also just figured out how to disable notifications of followers on Reddit. All right, chat. It is early autumn. I'm going to briefly go get some food. And then we will continue playing this for a little bit longer, probably until at least winter. And then I will go take a, not a break, but we will be swapping games after that. Wave Depletion, what up? It's good to see you. I'm just about to go for food. I will be back in a couple minutes. Chat, please entertain yourselves, chat amongst yourselves, and kind of get a round of beers. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them. BRB. Oh, hey, humans. Or dwarves, I mean. BRB.
Cheese for everyone! sandwich!
I have completed the consumption of a cheese sandwich. Well, actually, that's not totally true. I still have some left in my mouth. The main reason I don't eat food at my computer anymore, I don't like cleaning crumbs out of carpet. Have you ever been there? It's like, man, cleaning crumbs out of the carpet really sucks. All right, I'm your liaison from the mountains. Let's discuss your situation. As much to share, we've updated your civilization and world info. What request do you have of our merchants? A couple different woods. That too, yeah. I mean, I can. That's easier to avoid than just dropping them on the floor, even with a plate. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Hello. High return. All right. You know, when people say, "What up, G?" I always just want to respond with, "What up, H?" That's always where my brain goes immediately. It's like, what's the next letter in the alphabet? Then I just immediately get kind of upset with myself for making that joke, but you know. Okay, we just need to get dwarves down there. Let's keep working on the tower. But yeah, so plan for tonight is a little bit of Conquest of Elysium. After we're done with some dwarfs. All right, well, let's get that rock out of there. And that rock out of there. That gem out of there. But how you doing today, Wave Depletion? How's things? And also, I haven't said thank you enough today, so chat, thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. Thanks for the support. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for making conversation and helping keep me entertained. So I wouldn't get to be here and have this this job if it wasn't for people who watched. So thanks for watching. Let's actually make 50 of some of these. Oh, hell yeah. So you're planning a little vacation? Any idea where you're going to go, or is it this just a staycation? I'm going to see if I can swing taking a weekend off sometime this month. Just so I could maybe go somewhere for 3 days, but that would be a lot of money, so... Really depends on whether or not I can afford it. But, like, I'm looking into it. Might just go to Hawaii. Worst places you could go. Might be busy though. I don't know. I'd be concerned about Delta doing that, but you know, be safe whatever you do. I'm thinking about maybe going to Victoria or Salt Spring or something like that, or Bowen Island, or maybe Seashelt, or one of those areas around here, like either like Victoria or one of the peninsulas or smaller islands. Maybe bring a bag of mushrooms and just go hang somewhere. That's kind of what I'm thinking about doing. We'll see, though. Kind of just playing it by ear for right now. Not been to Vancouver Island? Yeah, I like the smaller islands more. Hi, Dabby. I don't know what you're talking about. I would never suggest using psychedelic drugs in my stream for any reason. I'm definitely talking about oyster mushrooms. I mean, they are really good in pasta, you know? Like, really good in pasta. Yeah. That. Hey, Hex Wrench. You're late. There's no such thing as late. Every stream, we stream the same video games. I talk about the same bullshit. I complain about the same things and yell at the same people. And so thus you really didn't miss much. It's good to have you, though. Hope you're doing well, Hex Wrench. I had an oyster mushroom growing kit earlier this year, and I grew 2 batches of oyster mushrooms, and they were very tasty. It was just like, you know, a small box about this big. It grew like, I don't know, about twice what you would buy in a little container in the store. But, yeah. Basically, I hope that September goes well, because by, like, the end of the first week of September, I'll know whether or not I can afford to go on a vacation in September. Blue oysters? One day I would like to get into growing stuff like mushrooms and things like that. It's on the list of stuff to do. But I need an actual, like, garden and more space to be able to do that. I don't really want to be growing mushrooms in my one-room apartment, you know? It's not exactly optimal. It's not exactly optimal. Also, how's Dabby doing? I hope Dabby is doing well. Reflections on the line. Oh, you're headed upstairs to read it. They're not as tasty. I tend to just buy mushrooms that they have at the grocery store, but I'm quite fortunate. The grocery store close to me has a pretty robust organic mushroom section. So I can get some pretty neat mushrooms in there sometimes. As you're a Halloween nut? Are you a Halloween nut surrounded by chocolate or yogurt or just salted? Maybe a little bit of jalapeno? I mean, Halloween is the best season. I mean, see, everybody complains about people who forget to take down their Christmas decorations, though. Yet, I never take down my Halloween decorations. I mean, have you looked around this stream recently? It's the secret. It's always Halloween. Michael Myers hoodie. Oh, neat. I've got a Discord hoodie. I can't wait for Halloween so I can drink alcohol publicly and walk around outside. Actually, I will be seeing Ginger around Halloween, assuming everything goes well and they don't, you know, close down the music venues again. Although they're getting the vaccine passport stuff set up, so hopefully they can get that stuff set up. You grew 3 pounds of snow oysters in one box. So they grew 3 times as effectively in one box. And the okay, fair enough. Makes sense. I can math. Yeah, that is quite the difference. That is indeed quite the difference. Murphist, how are you? You're all right. I just acquired some more parsley plants, so I can now have almost parsley every other day without running out at the rate that it grows. Which I'm quite happy with. It's a chill day today. Yeah, parsley. Yeah, I also like parsley. Now I have a whole pot of parsley. Whole pot of parsley. Well, actually 1.5 pots of parsley. So I also have a little bit of parsley in one of my rosemary plants. Which I'm quite happy with, being honest. Quite happy. Man, there's just forbidden shit dropped everywhere, all the time. Unfortunately, we don't get a Friday the 13th in October. We get a Friday the 15th. No, we don't get another Friday the 13th until like next year. Yeah, May 2022 is the next Friday the 13th. There we go, powering through all of that cloth. Chat, can I get a round of beers? How many people are listening to the stream right now? I'm trying to decide if I want to take it easy today or do a second game, because I kind of want to play some Conquest of Elysium, but we're also kind of quiet and numbers are a little low. I'm just kind of gauging interest. Yeah, no complaints. Windatar, how's your day been? We got to see baby pictures and Pilot quit his job. It's been entertaining today. October 13th be Dabby's B-Day. Oh, really? That's a good day to be born on. Did, like, a major car accident happen on your birthday when you were born? Or anything fun like that? Roseth V! I probably butchered that name. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days and the emotes and shiz. Chat, can I get a couple more beers? I know you just posted them, but can I get a couple more? We're in mid-autumn. 22nd of Sandstone. Also, that brings us back up to 300 subs. Yay! We're down to 270 at one point. Crawling back up. See, something I much prefer to do on my birthday or for birthdays is type in the date and then famous events in history. Because Florida Man stuff just gets kind of depressing after a bit. Although, I did really enjoy the Florida Man breaks into insert thing here during the pandemic. Those were always very fun to watch. Like all the stadiums that got broken into. Just had people living in them. That's what I call free real estate, frankly. That's just free real estate, man. King ended a mandate? I didn't just send somebody to prison, did I? Hold on a second. What? That's a new book. What do you guys think of our dwarves' newest book? An Introduction to Breathing. On the end is a manual entitled An Introduction to Breathing, authored by Cyrlac II. It concerns the preliminary medicine, and the writing is reasonably serious. Overall, it's amateurish at best. You breathe in, hold, And breathe out. Then breathe in. And breathe out. Yeah, you wrote a manual entitled An Introduction to Breathing on some very old raggedy paper. Yeah, in case you forget how to breathe, you got it. It's a very important manual to have. All of our dead dwarves didn't read that book, which is actually kind of a funny fact because all of the dwarves that are already dead weren't alive when that book was written. So that's clearly why they died, is because they forgot to read An Introduction to Breathing. Breathing. I need that too, actually. The battery died shortly after you left. You should have left it plugged in. Either that or it would have run out of hard drive space. Those videos are big. Intro to Breathing Fire. Yeah, that would be a much more exciting book. First, you chug some gasoline. In case your tavern keeper is overactive. But then people can't read it if it's on a pedestal. I want them to properly respect the book. You know? Respect the book. 80 proof will work? Oh, I'm sure, actually. Yeah. Then all you need is 80 proof and a lighter. $80 proof and a lighter. And luck? Yeah, and then don't get it in your hair. The wind is jiggled, shifts, jiggled it loose. Oh, really? Wow. That's kind of wild. Did you get anything, or just nothing? I thought about, like, trying... Like, if I ever do upgrade this camera and get a fancier camera, I might try and do a time-lapse of one of my outdoor plants. Just, like, put the little sealant on it and leave it outside and do a time-lapse of one of the plants growing in my outdoor garden. Or maybe, like, even one of my indoor plants, because I got a few different plants that grow really fast. Just do, like, a 2-week time-lapse or something of my plants growing. Could be fun. It was suction cupped to a glass door and the cable was loose to start with, so no huge surprise. Yeah, that sucks. Like indoors or outdoors? That's brave if you had it suction cupped outside. This dwarf should not be depressed. Like, Cyrillax dwarf should not be depressed, because this dwarf does so many things that just make him super happy, but just for some reason is absolutely haggard by the nightmare that is his tragic life. Oh, it was inside? Okay. Really? Is there that much? I've never been in a hurricane, so I guess I don't know. But, like, is there that much shaking on the inside of a hurricane? I guess there must be. Let's get a dwarf up here to pull the lever. No one coming to pull the lever? Guess not. For me, probably Salt Spring. It's big. You can actually, like, walk places. But there's way more to do over in Vancouver Island. Salt Spring is really nice if you just like old hippies that fell out of time. I kind of feel like if I were to move to one of the islands, it would probably be Salt Spring. Because like it's populated, but it's also like unpopulated enough that it feels like a small town. I mean, that's just madness, man. It's a lot of wind. Whole lot of wind. I mean, like, let's see if I can find a good picture of Salt Spring. This is the town in Salt Spring. That's the town in Salt Spring. It's a very, very big town, as you can see. They have like 2 pubs and a microbrewery and then like boats, and that's about it. Community center, that kind of shit. Small clinic. Small grocery store. That's about it. Once again, can I fire myself and have your boss, Cyrolac? It's just small town bullshit. If you like small towns, it's nice. According to my mom, though, and I haven't been there in a while, so I kind of forgot about this, but apparently they don't have a public transit system, but they have things that look like bus stops, and they're actually just not called bus stops. They're called hitchhiking stops. So they have car stops where people hitchhike from. Welcome back, stupid. Yeah, my boss always has to pay for my lunch, aka me, and I also make it. I go with the flow sometimes. It's a sad dwarf. The ends will be bankrupt, so yeah. Yeah, maybe skip that. No, I just want to have a boss that is as... I don't believe I've ever had a boss that's as nice to me as the way you describe your boss, so... Like... I don't know, I'm just used to being called dumb white cunt by my boss. So, back when I had one, that wasn't me. Now I just call myself dumb white cunt, but you know. It's another place you need to visit. I mean, there isn't a huge amount to do on Salt Spring. It's mostly like go to artsy hippie shops and buy fancy soap and fancy like craft wines and stuff. Go to the farmer's market, that kind of shit. It's not really a you know, super busy place. Whoa!
About lunch.
Dude, 25 bucks? That's like 3 lunches. But I guess I'll get takeout tonight on you. Cheers, man. That's like 4 lunches. Maybe 5, depending on like whether or not I make. If I make that at home, that's like 2 weeks worth of lunches right there. But thank you very much, seriously, for the $25. Cyrolac. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Cyrolac buying my lunch? Also, I need to figure out what speaking of money, I need to figure out what to put on the Patreon for the monthly patron poll. I'm kind of thinking about doing RPGs, but then I'd have to actually like finish an RPG, because like if I were to do RPGs, it would probably be Underrail. I guess I could also put Disco Elysium and Wasteland 2 are kind of the 3 that I want to do all on there, but then I'd have to finish it within the month, and that would be challenge. I've also been thinking about making like a dungeon crawling one, so I could put like Legend of Grimrock, maybe like Star Crawlers and one other, but I need to find a 3rd dungeon crawler. I don't know, chat. If you guys were to say CRPG or like first-person dungeon crawler, what would you rather see me stream? Because I'm trying to decide what to do for the patron poll this month. Which, by the way, it's $1. The king is a new demand. $1 a month to get the Patreon polls. A black bronze cabinet and bedroom. All right, that we can do. Black bronze cab. One. Or maybe more than one, if not a bowl of rice and a carrot. I mean, my lunch is usually like 2 pieces of bread, a carrot stick, some cheese, or cucumber, or tomato, or lettuce, or whatever the fuck I have in my fridge goes onto the bread into a sandwich format, generally. And then I consume like that. Sometimes some blueberry or strawberry or some other fruit stuff if I have that, like maybe an apple. But usually that's my lunches. I don't generally eat rice until dinner. And usually if I have rice, I'm putting more than just a carrot in it. There's usually garlic and onion, and there's usually some form of protein products, generally tofu. And it's usually a mix of rice, not just plain rice. Was a monster in a bag of chips? I mean, that's a lunch of champions, I say. Well, that there's a lunch of champions, as I say. You could do worse. It could have just been a monster. There we go. Got a trees is making us a black bronze cabinet. And winter is upon us. It is now cold season. I need to sneeze. We'll see if I actually will, though. Ooh, okay, that's good. Yeah, that's not bad then. I mean, if they're homemade tortilla chips, that's pretty good. That is pretty good indeed. You could certainly do worse than that. And we're just waiting for this dwarf to make this black bronze cabinet so I don't forget. So that we can get this shipped into the king's bedroom. kind of surprised that the king doesn't demand quality levels. And there we go. This is King's bedroom, right? Yes. Let's see. Is anybody going to go construct anything? Kind of hoping that the king ends up having to install it himself. Has anybody gone to go construct that yet? There we go. Go get her done for us, evil trick. I'm actually gonna block off some stuff real quick. Just because there's no point in having extra entrances into the underground from here. And then you run all the way to the king's bedroom and install this, and then hopefully the king just shuts up. And the king has come to inspect it, clearly. And there you go, king. You now have your brand new thing about your brand new thing done, and you can go put stuff away and then go to sleep. You silly dwarf. All right, chat. We're in the year 299 early winter. We will finish winter next stream, which is tomorrow. But till then, we are swapping games. I think that's it for dwarfs for the day. If there's any complaints, please say so now or forever hold your silence. We're going to go play some Conquest of Elysium for the remainder of the stream. How does that sound to you guys? Because I've played too much of that game and I'm getting oddly... I'm having way too much fun with it, I'll put it that way. there are 2 people streaming Dwarf Fortress if you're looking specifically for Dwarf Fortress, and if you want to support the stuff I do directly, if you're piecing out, I have a Patreon. If you get in right now, you get into the monthly Patreon poll as of tomorrow. Why are you booing me? And I have a YouTube channel where you can go watch more Dwarfs if you just want to watch more of me playing Dwarfs, or also Aliens, Flyer, Team Elite, and all the other VODs I put up. All right, it's time for us to swap games. Conquest of Elysium? How's that sound? Close this. I'm tired. I can't even, like, begin to describe. I'm so tired today. So fucking tired. Because you can? Fair enough. I'm gonna have to fix this. You'll see why. See? This game has a very interesting concept of what a decent resolution is. Also, mods or anybody in chat, could you confirm to me that we are in the correct game directory and the title is right?